Hello and welcome to day 3, stage 2 of the 2024 Absa Cape Epic, the 20th edition of the race that challenges you in every single way. It is the Untamed African mountain bike race, and we're in Saronsberg in the Western Cape, just outside the town of Tulbagh in the bowl of this valley. Absolutely spectacular morning as we prepare for the second marathon stage. Today they leave this valley and head into the Witzenberg Valley on the eastern slopes of this beautiful mountain. Saronsberg in the distance. This is the farm that we are based on, and we have a fantastic day of mountain bike racing ahead today. On stage 1, well, it was always going to be a day that shakes things up, and historically it's done that, and it certainly didn't let us down yesterday. Neil Gardner, good morning.
Good morning, Gerald. It's great to be here, and we had our first big day yesterday, our first full-length stage, and history has shown us that there's always a shake-up, and we were not disappointed. There's an awakening, a quickening that happens on the first day, and also history has shown us that all is not lost throughout the week, and that there's still a long way to go. There's still 13,350 meters of climbing and over 500 kilometers, meters of climbing and over 500 kilometers to go. So long way to go. Still no surprises in the leaders jerseys at the moment. The cheerleader leaders jerseys, the best in the world are wearing them, no surprises, but as we said, a long way to go still.
Absolutely, at the sharp end of the race, there's been some intense racing already, but just looking right down the field, of course, there are 1,400 riders who take on this challenge. And day 1 traditionally sorts those out too. Yes, there are those who have mechanical issues and illnesses and so on, but it is a day that sorts those out who perhaps haven't quite done the preparation required here. And around about 60 riders failed to finish yesterday, and so they won't be taking further part in this event. That's how tough the Absa Cape Epic is. It's the race that defines your ability as a mountain biker in so many ways. So let's reflect on day 1, 88 kilometers, 2,450 meters of climbing around this beautiful valley of Tulbagh, and let's have a look at how the elite men and elite women raced. The Absa Cape Epic is the toughest and most prestigious mountain bike stage race in the world. This 8-day stage race winds through the spectacular Western Cape of South Africa, taking in rocky climbs, dusty farm roads and manicured single track. This 2-person team event attracts the best riders in the world as well as aspiring amateurs. They will all cover 617 kilometers and climb 16,500 meters. Today is the first stage of 7, starting and finishing in Saronsberg wine estate Tulbagh. Stage 1 of the Absa Cape Epic is traditionally one of the toughest. It's a true test of rider and machine on a real marathon stage. At 88 kilometers, it's not the longest stage, but there are over 2,450 meters of climbing. Today's route has 4 main climbs that will define the day, with Raptor Rise providing roller coaster switchbacks. However, Funties Pass at 70 kilometers is the one to be wary of. After the prologue, the top 3 men's teams are separated by just over 1.5 minutes. In third is Buff Megamo, Hans Pecking and Wout Alleman. Second is Toyota Specialized 91, Matt Beers and Howard Grotz. And sporting the yellow leaders jersey is World Bicycle Relief, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. As the gun goes for stage 1 of the 20th Absa Cape Epic, the elite men leave Saronsberg and head out into the Tulbagh Mountains. Today's conditions seem to be as predicted, hot and dusty. Straight out of the gate, Ouplaas Speed Company want to stamp their mark on today after a disappointing prologue. World Cycling Relief in the yellow leaders jersey stick with them, as do Buff Megamo Specialized and African duo Tiger Eurosteel. After 60 kilometers in the driving seat, Gail Gaga starts to pay the price. Leg cramps hamper the intentions of Ouplaas Speed Company. They have no choice but to step back and ride at their own pace. 1.5 hours into the race, the cracks also start to show for Toyota Specialized 91. Howard Grotz is feeling the intensity of the race. He hasn't done many international races over the past couple of years, and his race legs are not quite there yet. Partner and South African champion Matt Beers encourages him to fight back. At the sharp end of the race, World Bicycle Relief sense the weaknesses and try to take advantage of the situation. Schurter and Feeney are setting the pace with Buff Megamo's Becking and Alleman. If they can put some time in on the chasing teams, it'll put them in a controlling position for the coming 6 days. Grotz manages to find his legs, and with the help of Beers, they power back and catch the leading group. They don't manage though to make it stick for too long before the effort takes its toll. 5 kilometers from the end of the race, and Schurter and Feeney make an aggressive move to split the field even further. Buff Megamo stick with them. The 4 riders of Schurter, Feeney, Alleman and Becking all jostle for position for the sprint finish. The winning time is taken for the second rider to cross the line, so the tactics start to unfold. The yellow jersey seems to be in control, but European champion Alleman sneaks in between the 2 riders. When it comes down to the finish, it could go to either team, but Feeney suffers a broken chain on the last corner. The win goes to Buff Megamo. Second place, just 2 seconds behind, is Schurter and Feeney. Third goes to Toyota Specialized 91, Beers and Grotz, only 21 seconds off the leaders. And in fourth, 2022 winners are Beerliet Speed Company, limping over the line more than 4 minutes off the pace. Stage 1's podium of the 20th anniversary Absa Cape Epic sees third place going to defending champion Matt Beers with Howard Grotz, second to current leaders World Bicycle Relief, and the win goes to Buff Megamo, Bart Alleman and Hans Becking, completing the course in just over 3.5 hours. Schurter and Feeney remain in yellow for tomorrow's Stage 2 with a 51-second buffer to second. In the Aramex women's category, we have Toyota Specialized 91, Sofia Gomez-Villafan and Samara Shepherd. Cannondale Factory Racing, Mona Mitterweiler and Candice Lill, and in the orange leaders jerseys, Ghost Factory Racing, Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler. The elite women leave the Saronsberg start line and head for the Tilbach Hills. The field sticks together for the early kilometres of the day, getting a feel for the intentions to come. This will be the first proper test for the teams of 2. It isn't long before the orange leaders jerseys, Ghost Factory Racing, Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler up the pace, and the teams start to tail off. They continue to divide the field over the coming kilometres, and by the time they reach Fanti's Pass, defending champion Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada from Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM have been dropped. Almost 3 hours into the race, Toyota Specialized 91 fall off the pack. Samara Shepherd has a harsh welcome to her first Cape Epic and can't keep up with the intensity. Teammate 2022 champion Sofia Gomez-Villafan knows the drill and drops back to ride at a manageable pace. Ghost have set the scene up front for the early part of the race, but now it's Cannondale Factory Racing that try and find a chink in the armour of the cross-country specialists. Mitterweiler is getting stronger and stronger throughout the stage, but it's Lil that takes the initiative and puts the hammer down. It all comes down to the final sprint. The 2 teams jostle for position coming into the finish field, but it's Ghost Factory Racing that get the inside line and cross the line first. Cannondale finished just 1 second behind, and Toyota Specialized 91 crossed the line just over 5 minutes behind. The women's podium sees Toyota Specialized 91 in third, Cannondale Factory Racing in second, and with a time of just under 4 hours and 26 minutes, it's Ghost Factory Racing and Terpstra and Nicole Kohler who take their second win in a row at their first Cape Epic and retain a firm hold on the orange leaders jersey. No change in the overall leaders in the men's and women's UCI elite categories at the Absa Cape Epic. After 2 days of racing, it is As You Were, World Bicycle Relief and Ghost Factory Racing. So Lawrenceford Wine Estate was the prologue. We're now in beautiful Saronsberg, the wine estate just outside Tilbach, and the furthest loop of this year's race from the start at Lawrenceford will be ridden today in the Witzenberg Valley, a remote valley that produces deciduous fruit predominantly, but apples and pears and some grape as well. But it is one road into that route via car, and by mountain bike, well, they're coming into from the western side in that valley and up an old wagon path. It's going to be a very, very tough ride indeed. And then, of course, tomorrow, that is stage 3, takes them from Saronsberg to Wellington, a transitional day, and then 2 days of trail riding with the Queen stage in Wellington on stage 4. And then everyone, the riders and all, will be bussed across to Stellenbosch for the final 2 days and the grand finale, which will finish in the heart of Stellenbosch, which for many people is the spiritual home of mountain biking in South Africa. It is trail heaven, and they'll explore the beauties and wonders of the Saronsberg Mountain and Jongershoek. The trails there are legendary. But that is to come today. It's all about the Witzenberg Valley and a stage of 97 kilometers and 2,200 meters of climbing. They'll be challenged early on, Neil Gardner, with that climb up the wagon path.
Well, that Wagon Trail is an extremely tricky section, especially so early with the riders. They'll be sure to be warming up. And just a bit of stats on that Wagon Trail. It is 7.4 kilometers long, and the elevation gained by the riders is 760 meters. And considering that the whole stage is 2,200 meters of climbing, 760 kilometers in the first 760 meters in the first under 20 kilometers is it's a big climb. The tops out at 1,133 meters, and it'll take them about 40 minutes for the top riders to get all the way up. 10% average gradient, but that says nothing about what the trail surfaces are all about.
They head around in an anti-clockwise direction up that Wagon Trail. It is probably the toughest climb in that it is single track all the way, very rocky and rugged all the way to the top. But what makes it slightly easier than perhaps Fanti's Pass yesterday is it comes very early in the day, whereas Fanti's Pass came in the last 10 kilometers yesterday after a really grueling day. And then they go around the Witzenberg Valley with various sections of single tracks, Slagboom and Welgemeen, single tracks, and a panorama as well, before a really tough drag up onto the ridgeline of the Witzenberg Mountains, which will bring them to the top of that wagon path, which they descend down, and that'll be the Toyota tough section as well.
Well, the profile will look familiar to many, first of all, because it looks just a little bit like Table Mountain, but we've seen this kind of profile before at the race in this location. We first visited Toolbach in 2011, and so it's been a long time visited town of the race, and even though something might look familiar, there's always something new, always something special for the Absa Cape Epic in the 20th edition in 2024.
So that's the on the menu for them today here at the Absa Cape Epic on a beautiful day. The weather is set fair. That is, if you think fair is temperatures rising towards the low to maybe mid-30s later on today, so it is going to be very, very testing day for those further back in the field. The early start, 7 a.m. start, means that the early riders will get the best of the conditions, but the riders starting all the way through to around 8:30 will really cop some very, very tough conditions later on in the day. So let's now go to the start line, which is where all the riders gather ahead of the ride today, and the top 10 teams in the men's elite category are called up into the start chute, and before they do, they chat to our man, the legend. He is Bart Brenches.
Tristan, good morning. The sound of the trailer is hard, but the sound of the chopper is even harder. How are you feeling?
Yeah, yesterday was a good day. As you said, the sound of the chopper, if it hovers next to you, you get goosebumps. So, yeah, hopefully we can have a good day and the chopper hovers around us again, and then, yeah, get goosebumps again.
I mean, this stage looks, it's the longest of the whole week, but it looks like a very fast one. Do you know the trail? Do you know the terrain?
Yeah, I know all the trails. I know the first climb, and then, yeah, we're doing basically Tanko track day one. So, yeah, I know all the trails, and then the big climb up the Witzenberg again, and then down there. So, yeah, I know all of them.
How is that Wagon Trail? The first climb, but it's also the last descent of the race today.
Yeah, I think my first epic I went down there, and it was quite sketchy and it's long, so I can't imagine going up there. So, yeah, we'll see today.
What do you expect? Your expectations? Does it become a sprint finish of a small bunch, or?
Yeah, I think the ones that's going to win the stage is going the ones that takes the risk on the last descent, like Matt and Jordan did. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see who takes the biggest risk.
The biggest risk, so it means also the tires?
Yeah, no. If you take risks, it's high risk. So, yeah, falling, punctures, breaking your bike. So, yeah, we'll see.
Good luck.
Yeah, we already feel it in the legs, but I think it's normal. It's for everybody. Yesterday was a super hard day, also with the heat. And then the recovery, it's a little bit more difficult than we are used to in Europe, but yeah, still, it's will be still a long week, and we are looking forward to the next stages because they are all looking super hard, and yeah, let's see.
The longest stage from this week, but maybe also a fast one.
Yeah, I think that it will be important to be in the front on the first climb, and then on top it will be really fast. And I think today will be a difficult stage to make some gaps. So let's see what are the tactics from the other teams.
Sprint was strong yesterday.
Yeah, it's not easy to sprint against this one of the strongest cross-country riders ever. So super happy that we made it yesterday, and I hope we can do it again in this week.
And how important is it to stay warm and warm up at the trainers?
Yeah, especially because yesterday after the race you have to go immediately to the podium, so you don't have the time to get the lactate out, and we feel it a little bit in the morning, and it's just to get the legs rolling and to get the engine started.
Because it goes fast from the start on.
If the speed company guys race like yesterday, probably yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sophia. Good morning, Samara. How are you feeling?
Good, really excited. We had a good recovery yesterday. Yeah, beautiful day and another chance to do what we do best. Yeah.
The longest stage of this Absa Cape Epic, but if I look to the profile, a long climb in the beginning, but also a long descent at the end.
For sure, yeah. I mean, it's not the Queen stage, so it tells you how savage this year's Cape Epic is. It's the climbs are going to be relentless, and in 2021 we actually did the last descent, and I remember it being really, really rough. I got told they've done some good trail work to make it a little bit smoother to go up, so it'll be really nice to be out there, kind of have a clue how the climbs are and where we are, and yeah, we're looking forward to getting the second big day out of the way.
I mean, third in the GC at the moment, so what are your expectations for today's stage?
Yeah, we're obviously really happy with third, but we want a bit more, so hoping today we can hold on to the front girls a bit longer and yeah, see what our legs have for the final climb.
Good luck for today.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Good luck, guys.
Una and Candice, good morning. First of all, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, compared to yesterday, a lot better. Sun is out again, so we can't complain, but I mean, it's going to be hot, but yeah, I think we're both feeling good. And yeah, I think it's another day, but still early in the race. You know, after that, it's still 5 more days, so we'll just watch what happens today, and then we'll see.
Most of this stage you have done also a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I think we're very familiar with the stage, having done it recently, and yeah, as we know, it's going to be rough, rocky. I think also just keeping safe on the trails is important. And then obviously at some point, if we have really good legs, we'll take advantage of the situation. If not, we just keep it safe to the line.
I mean, the longest stage today, but it seems to be a decision maybe at the end, a long descent to the finish.
Yeah, for sure. The last descent is very important. Like it's, as you said, it's very long, so you can close a gap or open a gap there. But I think also like the climb before that can make the race deciding decision. So it's very much where you play your cards and where you decide, because obviously it will be very hot and will be very late in the race to attack in the descent. So if you can focus there, yes. But if you crash there or you go down there, it's also over for you. So you have to play your cards smart.
That's what Cape Epic is. You have to keep it safe and make it to a good end.
Exactly, it's the balance between risking it and keeping it safe and going the fastest you can.
Good luck for today.
Thank you.
On the Terpstra, Nicole, hello, good morning. How are you feeling?
Good. Still excited, so looking forward.
It's nice to see you in your own jersey as well, but the leader's jersey is under it.
It's like right here.
I saw the video from the little antelope, kind of a springbok it was. It was actually, it's very scary.
Yeah, I was really lucky that it was just like a bit of space between Anne and me, and I could like move a bit to the side, but yeah, it was a bit of a horror scenario.
but you haven't been thinking about it afterwards anymore?
No, I hope that was it with the surprises for this week. And yeah, I think the boys will move all the animals away. So
We just watched the video like 20 times, so.
On this stage, in the beginning, it's maybe new for you, but I mean, on top, you have done it before.
Yeah. I think I also have a bit of an idea of where we go in the beginning, but it will for sure be nice to have some familiar trails on the route today.
The good thing is where you go the way up in the beginning, also you go the way down at the end, so you can and check out the trail in the opposite direction. Does that help?
yeah, I think it will be good to see some of the downhill already when we climb up, and yeah, just get a little bit of a feeling how it is to come down.
Take it carefully in that downhill and good luck for today.
Thank you.
Nino, good morning. How are you feeling?
Good, yeah, not too bad actually. For the second day, all good so far.
Not so hard it has been for you.
Yeah, for sure it was hard yesterday, but I recovered well and looking forward for this stage. Yeah,
You have seen the profile, I guess, for today's stage. So what do you expect?
yeah, it's a big climb at the beginning, up to the mountain there, and then I think it's going to be a fast one up there, and then a furious downhill.
I've seen yesterday on TV that you really like the downhills over here. This one is very rough. I remember from some years ago. They did some preparation on the track, they said, but the good thing is you can check out the course in the opposite direction. You go up and you go down the same way. Does it help?
Yeah, for sure it helps, and I still know the climb. We have been here, and I actually know a bit what to expect, so that's always good to know. But yeah, it's also a bit dangerous. For sure, we don't want to risk any mechanical, so that's the first one.
Keep it safe and good luck for today. But I'm looking forward to see you going down that trail.
Thank you.
Good luck, Vinny.
A former winner talking to a double former winner there. Bart Brenchens chatting to the riders ahead of today's start. The mechanicals, well, Sebastian Finney broke a chain on the sprint to the line yesterday. I suppose it couldn't have happened at a better time if you're going to break a chain and a couple of meters from the finish. They charge away from Saronsberg here in Tilbach at a breakneck speed. Same direction as they went yesterday, heading up the dirt road alongside this race village, and a little more spaced out. Yesterday there was a slight coming together round about there, but no one was too badly off. So they head off now with that climb looming very early on. So positioning, getting to a position early on and trying to find yourself out of trouble and in a clear ride up that climb is going to be critical, and you can bet that a lot of these riders will be charging hard. And well, there's Matt Beers early on alongside Wout Alleman. Beers, the Toyota Specialized 91 rider, will be keen together with Howard Grotz to make it today count. They're 1 minute and 10 seconds behind World Bicycle Elite, having finished third yesterday. Buff Megabo, yesterday's stage winners, start the day 1 minute and 30 seconds behind Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. Willia Vittoria, fourth yesterday, 2:25 down. The big losers yesterday were Orbea Led Speed Company, 6 minutes and 48 seconds down. They start today. Georg Egger was the man who really suffered yesterday. Away roll our elite UCI women, and this a big batch of riders, and the overall leaders, of course, Ghost Factory Racing. They are 1 minute and 6 seconds ahead of the Cannondale Factory Racing pair of Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwalla. Toyota Specialized 91, who are Sophia Gomez-Viefan and Samara Shepherd, are 6 minutes and 12 back in third place. It was Shepherd, who you may have seen in our little recap of yesterday, suffered on those early climbs, and so they are 6:12 back and have plenty of work to do to find themselves in the mix here. But they'll make today count, that's for sure. And this is, of course, just the second marathon stage. We go right the way through to Sunday, and they get hit after hit of similar stages. Now on that climb, and this is Alexis Skada and Vera Lossa, and already showing how tricky this climb is. As well, thumbs up there from a smiling Sophia Gomez-Viefan. So the driving pace on the front, this is Matt Beers. Neil Gardner, he could play a role, certainly up in the Witzenberg Valley.
Well, he's got that massive engine that suits him so well on the flats, and he will have the him and Howard Grotz have got their work cut out for them. They've got a great dynamic already. They've already understood exactly how the other partner works. They've got a great team dynamic. It seems that he lets Howard Grotz set the pace on the front, but certainly setting the pace on the front. Wout Alleman, he is absolutely charging. Just shades of what the Speed Company racing team did yesterday. But Wout Alleman is clearly on fantastic form, and just making sure that he's keeping the field honest and getting everything stretched out. He knows very well this is a good section to take advantage of any riders that might have any weaknesses, might not be quite properly warmed up in the morning, and it's going to be a long day if you're off the pace at this point in the stage.
Well, further back, batches rolling away, but you caught a glimpse there of the yellow jerseys, World Bicycle Relief, a little bit off the pace, and the reason for that is that Sebastian Finney had an early puncture on the flats leading into this climb. So they, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, have had to do some work to regain contact, or try and regain contact with that group up this long, long climb.
Not a good time to lose time at this point. We just checked at the time checks. They had only lost a minute. Once they got going, they were about a minute behind the leading teams of Buff Megamo and the Toyota Specialized 91 team.
Damon Stamp and Andrew Houston chasing the Masters leaders there. It was Carl Platt and Thomas Villaseca. They headed out in A batch. Daniel Taylor and Bianca Becker leading off batch later on in the day in the sunshine for Chem Champ Africa. They are devoted stage race riders. They'll be doing every single the Epic Series race this year around the world, and they will certainly enjoying their life on a mountain bike, and that's really a real commitment. The Zara leaders head through as well. So this is all set up for a glorious day of racing today. But, these riders, as you heard, many of them know what they're in for here. This stage featured, much of the stage featured prominently in yesterday in the Tankwa Trek mountain bike stage race, a 4-day UCI rated race about a month ago in these parts. It starts on the other side of the Witzenberg Valley, but they will have done their homework. And those riders who rode those trails this year, the likes of Beers, Alex Miller was there as well. So they will know exactly what lies in store for them, and that helps.
It does help, at knowing what's in store for you knows that you can. There's just one aspect of your psyche and one aspect of the psychology that lets you just relax just a little bit, just puts your mind at ease, having one less thing to worry about. And in this very much a process-driven race, we've heard Candice Lill talking about it. It's cannot think about winning too early on. It's one step at a time. And these incremental differences can make a big difference when it all adds up towards the end of race week.
Wout Alleman has shown in the first few days of this year's Absa Cape Epic that he is a man in peak condition, and he's leading the elite men up this. Hans Becking on his wheel. Howard Grotz is the climbing master in the Toyota Specialized team. Matt Beers just a little bit off that, and then it is Fabian Rabensteiner of the Willia Vittoria team. And then it's Lucas Baum, and then Samuel Poro, and behind the Media e-bike, the Bulls Media e-bike, is Georg Egger pushing his bike up there. So it could be another tough day. They've got over the top. This is from earlier today, and look at this for spectacular geography as they come through this gap in the rocks here. Absolutely beautiful with the sun shining on the rock face. The leading riders in the Absa Cape Epic Stage 2 charge into the Wizenberg Valley, the gateway to the Wizenberg Valley.
And this
what
is
a sight.
New section for sure. We haven't seen this in the race. We did talk earlier about the fact that there is some familiarity of the stage. The riders will know, but this is a new feature. We haven't seen this before in the race. And we have Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney charging up the climb, hoping to minimize their losses. They about a minute or so that was their deficit. At this point in the race, they will get a time check at that water point, and as they head into the Witzenberg Valley.
Question is, how much will that effort have taken out of them? That'll only be known later in the day. The Canyon City pair of Stutzman and Sewald go through. They need to recoup some time on the overalls today after a tough day yesterday. And they are putting themselves in the frame in the top 5 just at the moment as they drop into the sunshine on the Witzenberg Valley side. It's one of the oldest fruit-producing valleys in the Western Cape. And these farms are still, many of them, in the same families that originally started them up. As they pass through Ouplaas farm, the farm of Kalan Ola du Toy, that's the first of the water points, just about 19 kilometers in. And that was Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, about a minute, just over a minute down on the chasers. African leaders, Absa African jersey leaders, a sensational day yesterday. Tristan Norkier, you heard from him at the start of the day, and Mark Pritson going along very, very well indeed. And here are Sewald and Stutzman just chasing back and trying to keep in touch with the Obeer Leert Speed Company pair and Willia Vittoria on this group. And this is the group they're all chasing. The lead group at the moment. Beers and Grotz on the front, they setting the pace. Alleman and Becking just in their wake. These are the heavyweights today. The big question is, how much time can they put into Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney? And allied to that question is, how much time are the World Bicycle Relief men going to, or how much effort they're going to put in to try and regain? That's going to be the story, perhaps, of the early part of today.
Yes, that puncture could prove extremely costly, not just from the time that's lost from the World Bicycle Relief team, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. It's not just all about that time loss, it's the energy that's expended to get back into the front of the field. And there'll be no gifts, absolutely no gifts from the teams that are charging at the front right now. Even though it's a puncture, that's what it's all about. Mountain biking is about not only preserving your own body, but also keeping your equipment going. And mechanicals are really a big part of this race.
Our leading women heading up the old wagon path, the wagon trail up onto the Witzenberg Ridge. It is perhaps the toughest, and here's a difficult situation because this is Vera Losser up ahead there, the defending champion, and Alexis Skada. And the Efficient Infinity Insure SCB SRAM team are losing time already today. Skada, the American champion, no real panic here. So they obviously shipped a chain perhaps there on the climb up the mountain. Meanwhile, it is the Ghost Factory Racing team who are still on the front, and Terpstra and Nicole Kohler. And well, looking very comfortable is Candice Lill. Behind her is the Argentine rider Sofia Gomez Villafan. She's looking comfortable, but Safara Shepherd, her partner, is not in that group. Time to introduce our co-commentator today, and Sabine Spitz. You know this race, you know the sport better than any of us in here. Wonderful to have you alongside us once again, Sabine. Morning.
Good morning, Gerald. Good morning, Neil. Yeah, so it was actually also quite exciting to see the girls on the route, or the ladies on the route. I was quickly out before we actually hit the Wagon Trail. But at that time, everybody was, or the whole group was still together.
Well, this is that elite group of ladies now. Sofia Gomez Villafan. This is still from a little bit earlier today on the front there. So the 3 top teams in the positions that they are on GC as well. So Sofia Gomez Villafan, Samara Shepherd, and then it's the Ghost Factory Racing pair, and then the world champion in the marathon, Mona Mitavala, and Candice Lill, the silver medalist behind her. Quite a gathering of some quality women in that group. A look over the edge. That's from the very top of the ridge into the Witzenberg Valley. What a beautiful sight. We come to our live pictures. This is as it is happening now with our images from out on the route, and I'll put the disclaimer in right now. This is a remote part of the Western Cape. We will do our absolute best. Our entire crew are working tirelessly to bring you continual pictures from out on the route. Occasionally they will break up, and we apologize now for that, but we won't make any excuses. We're very privileged to be seeing this, and it's so cool. So here are the top teams racing along that dam wall. I think this is the Ottergat Dam as they head out the top women. So So we'll be bringing you the coverage right the way through to the finish. So with a 1 minute and 6 second Cannondale factory racing today, Sabine, do you foresee them trying to make a bit of an impact today, Mona Mitterweiler and Candice Little, on the Ghost team?
We're gonna try because it's, I mean, what can you lose?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to race, if you want to win the Cape Epic, you also need to try to make a move. The advantage is definitely on side from the Cannondale and from the Ghost team, because these two teams, they know actually the Witzenberg Valley, so they know what comes in this loop and where we can maybe also try to make a move. But we see that Sofia Gomez Villafane, she is now in a way making the pace, and the other teams, they just in a way just sitting on the wheel.
Yes, Samara Shepherd was, she took a little bit of strain yesterday, and Sofia Gomez Villafane perhaps just saying, right, we're going to ride it at a pace that suits us for as long as we can, so as we can manage the day as it gets deeper into this 97 kilometers, the longest stage of the race. On to the single track trails. I think this is close to the Slagboom and Welgemeen trails. The trails curated by Saki Hanekom, and we're riding through their farmlands very shortly as well. One of the epic legends here. Toyota Specialized 91 at 47 kilometers. Vulia Victoria Factory, Obeah Lead Speed Company, Buff Megama, all within a second of each other early on. Canyon City just there and thereabouts, a minute back. They don't want to leak any more than that. World Bicycle Relief now 2 minutes and 14 seconds down, just over halfway through this stage. So that is a significant factor. So right now, the Buff Megamo team on the road find themselves in the lead of this race, the virtual leaders as it stands now. But there's a long way to go still. There's the route you have ridden yet.
Yeah, I did. I did in 2016 at the Cape Epic, the Absa Cape Epic, when we also came actually the same route, and then also Tankwa Track, which also takes you into the Witzenberg Valley.
What's its standout features here? What should the riders be wary of, maybe?
So when we now see here this map, it's actually on the left-hand side. There's a lot of single trails where the riders are right now, and if the riders hit the end, now the right side of the valley, then it actually we're coming back more to farm and vineyards and orchards. And then it's actually like the last water point. From there on, it actually the riders have to climb back on this mountain range, and then it would then be coming back actually to the place where we came up the Wagon Trail, and we're dropping down the whole Wagon Trail.
Yes, that little kicker up from Panorama, which is now on the left side on the ridgeline there. They drag up the acre. That's a long climb and a hard, rough climb up onto the ridgeline. And beautiful visuals you'll see as they ride along the ridgeline and then hit the trail that they've come up. And that, Bart was talking about it earlier, how the benefits of having, you've gone up a trail that you're going to come down later. So you sort of have an idea what to expect.
Yes, you know a bit like how rocky it is if there are a lot of loose rocks, but you also still have to consider that by the time you're coming down, all about almost 1,200 riders came the same route up, so it might be even a bit worse how the situation looks like.
And I can tell you now, we even saw one or two of these elite riders walking up there and pushing their bikes up there where it was really technical. Now, the large portion of this back end of the field will be pushing their bikes and walking up that trail. It is brutally hard. It really, really is. So it will be fairly different, the surface, to that which they came up on. 2 hours and 11 minutes into the racing here in the Witzenberg Valley on stage 2 of this Absa Cape Epic. Just a quick recap, I can tell you that the amateur leaders are the Latvians, Loris Purnis and Oskaris Muziniks. They are an amateur team from Latvia. They call themselves a wannabe pro teams, and the way they're going, I think it wouldn't be long before they are pros. Masters are led by Carl Platt and Thomas Villaseca. The Grandmasters, Olivier Imfeld and Thomas Junior. The great grandmasters, beg your pardon, Barty Bucher and Peter Ferrer lead that category, and the mixed is led by the Toyota Gazoo team of Rian Weideman and Samantha Sanders. So that's just some of the categories that are racing here, and the racing is very intense all the way through these categories. There's no question about it. Once you're a racer, you're always a racer. Will you ever go back into to race those categories?
Yeah, so I mean, yesterday also we had some chats, and it's I mean, if you get back here to the Epic, and it's just in a way, yeah, it creates some goosebumps because you know what it is about, and in a way it makes you also, yes, maybe next year
Yes.
I will do it again.
Yes, it is. I think you referred to a magnet yesterday. It's like a magnet, draws you back in, and you've been in the heart of it before, at the racing sharp end of it. So it will be something that you feel as you come into the race village. There's an electricity that draws you in. So the yellow jerseys, the story of the day at the moment in the elite men's race is that the World Bicycle Relief pair of Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney are trailing by 2 minutes and 14 seconds halfway through the stage, a puncture. Managing that effort and chasing back, not panicking, not going too hard, too deep, that's going to be a real test of their partnership.
Yeah, what we also don't know is like how serious was the puncture, like if a bomb to a cartridge was now enough to fill it, or what is now almost maybe a little bit too much air in the tire, which also has an impact on your riding. So, but they pass also a water point or tech point. So in case it was really serious, we could have also the chance to just quickly change the rear wheel.
Yes, and and as long as it's sealed, they'll be all right. But yeah, they're leaking time. This is our top three women's teams riding in formation. Ghost Factory Racing. Well, look at the farmland. This is harvest time here in this part of the world, and the labourers who are working out on the farms just loving the arrival of the mountain bikes. They've known for a long time that the bikes are coming through here. As I said, the Hanekom brothers, Saki and Hannes, are the only pair to have ridden 10 Absa Cape Epics together. And Hannes is riding this year. Saki is the man who is responsible for a lot of the trails today on their Slagboom farm on Welgemeen. And they'll get to the new trails at Panorama. Ernst van Dijk has been involved with that on the Eco for Work farm, the craft farm there. So, yeah, Saki is very much part and parcel of the fabric here of the event. You were talking yesterday about he used to ride around them, didn't you, Saki and Hannes?
Yeah, so when the two actually also paired up, so it often happened that in the races that we'll ended up being almost in the same position, or that we had almost the same pace. So with that also definitely got to know them a little bit.
And helpful to ride behind them on today's stage, because they pretty much designed today's stage in conjunction with the race director Hendrico Berger. So this is riding in the shade and the shadow. They'll appreciate that. Today is going to get very, very warm in that valley. It's a slightly higher altitude than down here in Tilbach, but hydration and food intake critical. There was a whisper that Gail Geiger might have got some cramps yesterday, and as a result that team lost, they left 6 minutes behind the Albia Speed Company, Lead Speed Company team. So early stages, or the women's race still at the early stages, they have yet to reach that 47-kilometer mark.
Yes, they've yet to reach that point, and missing from that time check, or the top of the leaderboard of that time check, was Vera Lorza and Alexis Skarda. We saw earlier they had a mechanical on the climb. Let's hope that they can get that repaired and get back on the trail as soon as possible. We just talked a little bit about this illustrious lineup, these three teams in the picture right now. The Cannondale Factory Racing team and the Ghost Factory Racing team and Toyota Specialized 91. An illustrious list of riders. And we've got Mona Mitterwalder, two-time world marathon champion. Nicole Koller, a world junior champion in 2014. Candice Hill, multiple national champion of South Africa. And Anna Terpstra, having been a multiple national champion in Holland. And And yep, and an illustrious lineup. Sofia Gomez Villafana, Argentinian champion, Samara Shepherd, wearing the current Oceania Championships jersey. So it's an illustrious lineup for sure.
It seems a long time ago, Candice Hill won a bronze medal at the World Junior Championships in Australia, 2008 maybe, but she's...
but just recently...
silver medal in the marathon,
exactly.
yeah. So she's trod an interesting path where she started out as a cross-country racer and for many years sort of fluctuated between the two and couldn't really settle on it. She's still doing the cross-country, but that marathon performance showed her to be a hugely versatile and a rider with a really strong engine.
At the end, it's like that she's definitely here in South Africa doing more stage racing and marathons. But if she travels overseas, then it's cross-country. And okay, last year Marathon Worlds was included in the cycling games or in Scotland, where it was like just also. I guess it was a week later or 1.5 weeks later when she also competed in the cross-country race.
Yeah, it did help that last year to have all the cycling disciplines in one country. It was incredible, that couple of weeks of the very best cycling, track, road, downhill, mountain biking, gravel, the lot. It was amazing. Well, a little time to take a respite here, stretch out, take it easy on this beautiful piece of tarmac road as they head along the base of the valley. Well, Candice Hill just stopping alongside the trail. And we'll get a look. She's not panicked too much, it seems.
But
something she's not happy with. Well, her partner's rolling up the road. Candice is having to either a valve or a spoke. Neil, what are your tech eyes telling us there?
Oh, we just have, she seems to be looking at the valve, and but it's taking a rather long time. It's surprisingly long.
We have to tell Jessie she should get a bit closer.
Jessie Nixon's on our bike there. She can go close. It's not a problem. And get a look at what the problem is for Candice Hill. She can't help her, but she can certainly get the camera in there. Now she's on her way.
Showing the professionalism of and the experience of Candice Hill. Absolutely no panic whatsoever. And you'd imagine how easy it would be to panic with the head of the race tearing up the road. And of course losing time, knowing how much time deficit she has to make up, but knowing that less haste, how does the saying go? More haste, less speed. And she's highly aware of that. She's very experienced racer, both in marathon and cross country, and knows all about trail side repairs.
Well, Jessie Nixon is our rider on the Bulls Media e-bike. Good morning, Jessie. Were you aware what the problem was for Candice there?
Looks like Candice had a slight flat tire, so she just had to top it up with a bomb quickly. And now we're on the chase for the group.
She was incredibly calm, wasn't she?
Yes, very composed. Got her tools ready to go.
Tell us about the conditions out there in terms of what it's like for the riders.
Super rocky and awkward up the pass. It's now nice and open, still very dusty though, and very dry.
Weather conditions?
It's definitely heating up. So it's going to be interesting to see how the riders fare under the warmth.
That's fantastic, Jessie. Thanks very much. Now she's just regaining contact with Mona Mitterweiler and the group a little bit further up the road.
Yeah,
right.
And one interesting fact, maybe also in certain areas, it's better to stay actually on the track and not going like a little shortcut over the fields, because we always have these situations when you have these devil fawns, and if you go on a trail when they in a way like over the time we just got actually pushed aside or got already collected. So the risk that you get a lot of devil thorns into your tires is far less if you stay on the track. And this just came back when I just quickly saw the Candice how she crossed or took a little bit like a shortcut.
You could just catch a glimpse as we were with Candice and Mona there, the helicopter up the road, and that is the flag being flown above the leading group, which will give them an indication as to how far they are up the road. But it doesn't look like there's a little bit of pace there, but nothing too extreme.
I guess this is also a kind of normality that if a team drops back and they have been riding with the other teams together, that the moment they see, okay, we're dropping back, there was something, so okay, we're slightly increasing now the pace. So just in a way, you don't start now an attack or something, but you definitely try to make it also harder for this team to catch up with you again.
It's all part of racing, isn't it?
It is.
Mechanicals, punctures, that's what happens. And you just referred to, leaving the trail and going over and picking up a puncture there.
I mean, also the other teams also haven't been waiting for Sebastian Finney and Neil Schurter in the climb.
Definitely not. Trying their utmost to get away from them. That is absolutely part of it. This so-called gentleman's agreement, and no, they had a puncture, we'll bring them back. No. This is racing at the highest end, the toughest end.
And we've said it before, and a very much part of the race is keeping your equipment in check and keeping it intact. And there is an art to it, and it's very easy to take huge risks on a downhill and cut corners and do all of those things, but that's also a risk to your equipment, not to the body and life and limb, but just to your tires. A crash could break a handlebar, for instance. You have experience with that, Sabine, and it's one of those things. It's absolutely all part of racing, is to keep air in your tires. And
it makes it also exciting because you never know what can happen or what happens during the race, and also for the audience, we want to see also something interesting.
But a drama.
We don't want to have like here just a group ride.
There are images that you have, memories of the Absa Cape Epic over the years, and one is that disastrous day for you in Hermanus, the crash on the bridge.
I went over a ledge, and it was like just we had it like also the other days like about the hydration packs.
Yeah.
And it's for me it was also I grabbed for the bottle and one hand off, and the next moment my front wheel hit a rock, and it just turned my handlebar, my wheel, and I went over the ledge.
Yeah. So and those are sort of defining images and moments. It happened to be caught on camera, so they do sit in the memory. Those sort of things. They're winding their way through the base of the valley at the moment, heading towards more of the rocky single track that Sabine's been referring to on the far side of the valley, on the eastern slopes of the valley, and that will be a test for these riders. Perhaps this is just a period to regroup and to prepare for the tougher terrain to come.
Yeah, and if the riders are doing Tanqueray track, they would just come from the other side at this place, joining into the Witzenberg Valley and on these trails.
Yeah, the Sip Cafe, which is in fact just under those trees there, is a lovely little coffee shop as you come into the valley, down into the Witzenberg Valley, on the only road in and out, and that's a wonderful spectator point for people to come and watch, and there are plenty of cars there, opportunity to catch a glimpse of the riders coming through. Now they're making their way up onto the eastern slopes of the mountains of the Wizenberg Valley. Rocky, very, very rough and rocky terrain that they're going to be experiencing. It sounds, but that is a hallmark of these trails.
Yeah, and also in comparison, when I rode it first 2016 and then a little bit later 2020, so there's always like process like in making it a bit better. Or 2019 it was like 2016 it was still very, very rocky. It was like you had to be so careful also like that you get at the right moment traction on your wheel, otherwise you also had to get off the bike, and we worked on it. We also saw that we improved just the surface to make it more rideable also for a wider range of cyclists.
having said that, going up the Wagon Trail today is going to test these riders, the back end of the field. And I think we're back with our leading teams going snaking through the single track quite fast here.
You can see the orange jerseys of Ghost
there.
Factory Racing, and still no catch from Mona Mitterwalder and Candice Lill. They have not yet regained contact. Also, the time loss of the day definitely goes to the Efficient Infinity Insure. They've lost 6 minutes already at that 18-kilometer mark. We will soon be at the 44-kilometer mark, and it should be on. If they're on schedule to arrive, they should be arriving in just a few minutes. The team of Gomez Villafana and Samara Shepherd, they will be arriving at that checkpoint Welgemeen.
And that will be just about halfway through this stage today, and that'll be a good gauge on where they are now. Samara Shepherd is hanging with the Ghost team here, but Sophia Gomez Villafana just a few bike lengths off the back of her partner. But still, this is some of the more benign trails, if you like, that they are having to ride through now.
Yeah, so it still comes a little bit later on. So the areas where kicks, corners, and where you actually need to almost know which gear you need to get around the corner. If you approach it with a too big gear, then you almost can't get your pedals around. So it's definitely the advantage now for the Ghost team that they have ridden this course, and they know how in a way also to read a bit the surf, like also the line and the corners, to be prepared and change the gearing in the right moment.
Just still on the chase is the team of Cannondale Factory Racing. If you look at the general classification going into today's stage, the GC after stage 1, Cannondale Factory Racing were 1 minute and 6 seconds behind Ghost Factory Racing, and 6 minutes back off Ghost Factory Racing are Toyota Specialized 91, 6 minutes and 12 seconds to be exact.
Oh, that's a nice image now we just got from the helicopter, as you saw the leading quartet going through the rocky area there. So, well, not even a minute. They're closing in. Very, very, very well done. They just opened it a little bit to close the gap. They're not far off now. Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwalder, they will be rejoining that lead group, and it'll be 3 teams on the front. There, just a little example of the rocky terrain they are riding through. It's rocky and sandy, that white sand, and that can also sometimes hold its own little devils.
Yeah, you definitely also have, when in the corners, areas that's a bit deeper, and easily you get caught, and it pushes you a bit over the corner, over the ledge.
Yeah, soft sand. They have not had a huge amount of rain in this part of the Western Cape, as it is should be. It's summer and it's a winter rainfall region, but yeah, it'll be dry and dusty. There they are, just up the trail, so not far away as they are approaching the 47-kilometer mark in Welgemeen, the second of 3 water points. There is a hydration stop at the top of the tough section, but that's just literally
it's a water stop.
A water stop, and that's it, not a big full-on water point.
You almost want to turn now the camera back to where...
Just catch them where they must be coming.
But you just you have like a marker, okay, and hard to see really how many seconds now the gap is for Candice and for Mona Mitterwalder.
Certainly from the body language we saw from Candice Lill, all under control, all very controlled, knowing that there is still many, many hours to race. Several, we would guess, possibly even up to 30 hours still to race for during race week. And there is absolutely no point in going deep into the red at this point, just to catch up 1 minute. Keep a controlled pace, stay in touch as much as possible, and also keep air in those tires.
Yeah, she's got the experience. Last year she and her partner lost a huge amount of time through an injury, and they didn't panic. In fact, did incredibly well, and then came back to lead the race, only to have it all fall apart on the second last day. So yeah, the experience here. And Mona Mittenweiler, she's 22, but she seems to have so much maturity about the way she approaches riding.
So for her young age, she thinks and acts very professionally, and she always she is like so completely like sport is where her 100% focus, or actually 110% focus, sits on. And yeah, we see, and she is I mean, she was in the juniors category. She already announced actually her goals, her targets for when she actually would join the elite category. And I mean, with winning World Cup race, and also with the marathon. I mean, this is her second marathon world title, and the first one was in 2021 in Elba, and completely two different routings. Elba was rocky, a lot of elevation, and Scotland, yeah, like we know, Scotland can be a little bit colder and a bit more rainy, so completely different situations. And yeah, she did on both races well.
And then won a couple of World Cups back-to-back last year as well. So she's, this is Howard Grotz and Matt Beers. Beers repairing a puncture. So time leaking away for the Specialized team here, the Toyota Specialized 91 pair. They were in that lead group, and they are losing time now. It is the story of the day. It's turning out to be punctures in the women's race, and a second puncture amongst the leading teams in the men's.
And it was somehow a little bit predicted, also with the heavy winter rainfalls, that the course is very washed out, and a lot of rocks, which anyway also then causing this trouble.
Yes, it's no secret that this part of the world in June, July last year experienced some of the heaviest rainfalls we've seen in many, many years. And yeah, lots of washout and lots of erosion that has exposed rocks and created some difficulties for trail builders and for the riders.
And it's not something that you would pick up necessarily on just a casual ride out on your on a nice any Sunday. The reason that the riders are picking up punches because they are riding at the limit. They're riding, if not at the limit, but certainly close to it, and that always means that you just take a slightly more aggressive line through a section, and don't always avoid a rock, but might just to keep up, just to stay in touch with the rider in front, might just hop over, or just we could call it a micro risk, you could say, rather than being completely careful and just, as we said, out on a casual ride. It's part of racing.
And another fact is also it's always a challenge to really get the right tire pressure, because you have to see the riders we started this morning at 7 o'clock. If you pump up the tire to your normal pressure with the heat of the day, you would have far more pressure in the tires, which also in a way doesn't suit you, because it doesn't give you the nice grip and the rolling on the rocks. And if you're a little bit too low, then it can happen that in the early morning hours you have like the risk that you get a puncture, because it's just slightly too less pressure.
So how do you do that then? Say you coolish start and you're going into a hot day. What would you?
It's this is the tricky part, especially when you also have to consider, okay, up the Wagon Trail, I also don't want to risk that I get a puncture. So when in a way you would almost say, I need a bit, maybe I just go a bit on the harder side, or a little bit more, because you can still maybe manage to with a bit of harder pressure, but you don't want to actually the risk of punching.
Yeah.
So you'd risk the ride quality and the ride feel for less risk, because there's punches and there's punches. Of course, there's a puncture like a devil thorn, for example, would be sealed pretty quickly by some sealant in the tire, but a slash on the sidewall would be more challenging. And worst of all,
absolutely,
a cut on the bead. That is the worst kind of puncture you would never want to have, when there is a cut on the bead of the tire, because that is a section of the tire that flexes a little bit more than the other sections and opens and closes, and it's almost impossible to seal when something like that affects you.
And if you ever have a thorn, whatever kind of thorn it is, or if something goes into your tire, leave it in. Don't pull it, because it actually works like a plug. If at the moment you pull it out, the risk of leaking and losing air is even higher. So also for our audience,
those who are starting out,
just leave it in.
Yeah, don't fear it. Ride it, just break it off and use it as a plug. Don't pull it out.
That's one of the things. If you ever get a chance to walk through the paddocks, through the paddocks of the race, in the evenings, you'll see the team mechanics.
The pits.
Inspecting the pits, and you'll see the team mechanics inspecting the tires. We once saw Rudy van Hootz's tire being inspected and found 40 devil thorns still in the tire in the evening. And what a remarkable thing that the tire still held air.
Welgemeen single track here, beautiful riding in the trees and the pine trees on the rocks and the sandy terrain right alongside the road. A chance for spectators to get out and enjoy the spectacle of these world-class superstars riding on stage 2 of this Absa Cape Epic. It's been drama. It's already delivered plenty of that. We've seen it in the men's race. And again, just apologies. We did see Beers and Grotz stopped momentarily there to fix a puncture. They are off the lead group, which up until that stage, until they got a puncture, they were with Wout Alleman and Hans Becking. And we are surmising that Becking and Alleman of Buff Megamo are now on their own. And at the halfway stage of today's race, the race leaders, World Bicycle Relief, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, were 2 minutes and 14 seconds behind the lead group, which means that Buff Megamo on the road are, again, we're surmising this now because we haven't had confirmation of it, but they are off. They are in the virtual lead of this race. But that will we'll bring you pictures and confirmation of all those as soon as we get it. But it's drama all the way around the Absa Cape Epic, and you wouldn't want it any other way. That's what it's about, isn't it? It really is. That's now. Here we go. Becking and Alleman and Orbea Speed Company are in this group. So that looks like the lead group, we think. That's the helicopter staying with the lead team. So we are surmising that they are just about at the most southerly point of this. In fact, they're past the most southerly point of today's route in the Witzenberg Valley and are heading back towards the ridge on the right-hand side as you look at it now. And we'll start ascending up towards the top of the ridge.
Yeah, and the leading women's race should actually come soon to the next to water point, and also where we probably then get a split time.
So this we think it is the men's
leading men.
Yep, the men's teams. Well, could it be that Georg Egger and Lucas Baum are going to take their chances today? They suffered yesterday and started today over 6 minutes adrift of the leaders, the men who rampaged forward as they so often do yesterday in swashbuckling fashion, but it all came undone as Georg Egger, it seemed, suffered and apparently picked up some cramps and lost as I said, 6 minutes and 46 they started today behind.
And that was their bad day.
Yeah.
And now it's a bad day for the World Bicycle Relief team of Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. Bad day caused by a puncture, having lost the biggest time deficit we saw there was over 2 minutes. And if we look at the virtual GC, that's the GC on the road at the 47-kilometer mark. We have Buff Megamo. Well, actually, at that point, it was Toyota Specialized 91 that had the virtual lead. But of course, now they've fallen off with their mechanicals, and Buff Megamo are effectively, virtually in yellow.
Well, it's all unfolding here, this Absa Cape Epic in the Witzenberg Valley. It's a playground, and it's a drama in this theatre that's unfolding as they'll drop down that Toyota Tough section to the finish at Saronsberg in an hour or so's time. It'll all be decided. So this is, of course, the Absa Cape Epic, the pinnacle of the Epic series, which gives mountain bikers an opportunity to ride the world. There are some spectacular places your bicycle can take you in the Epic series. Well, the Epic Series Global Mountain Biking, some spectacular races you can take part in and explore the world on your mountain bike through the Epic Series. Really, really special.
Yeah, it's all about picking those iconic mountain biking destinations and finding the best of the world, where you can race the world and experience also the hospitality, varying the different hospitalities around the world. Seen the Swiss Epic and the famous Swiss hotel hospitality, and the Four Islands is another one that I would like to participate in. With that, it's all about the boat there.
Stay on the boats and ride those trails. Apparently, very, very rugged trails in Croatia. You ridden there, Sabine?
No, I haven't. So I was like where the Swiss Epic always takes place. So that area was for many, many years also my altitude training camp area. So I know these trails also quite well in Switzerland. But I was never Croatia.
Ah. Andorra?
Also haven't done that.
Okay. Very high altitude Andorra, of course.
Yeah, just for the World Cup, yeah, and the World Championships, yeah.
This is a spectacular, beautiful Witzenberg Valley early this morning, overlooking some massive farmlands here that produce so much world-class fruit that is exported all over the world. Now we've got an update from the 47-kilometer mark from that Welgemeen water point in the women's race. Toyota Specialized 91 Gomez, VFR and Shepherd going through there together with Ghost Factory Racing and Cannondale Factory Racing all together now. So they Candice Lill and her puncture has been all but sealed, and they're back in the bunch at the front.
Yeah, impressive. It's one of the impressive performances that you'll see in the race is just the calmness, the way that Candice Lill approached that mechanical, the inevitable mechanicals that happen along the way, and Cannondale Factory Racing just making sure that they take no risks getting back, don't blast themselves, don't blow themselves up, getting back into the mix.
So that's how it stands. So midway through stage number 2 in the Aramex women's category. Toyota Specialized 91 enjoying it, seemingly a better day today after they lost some time yesterday. Overlooking the Tilbach Valley down on the middle there. In the middle is the village of Tilbach, and a little bit beyond that, the race village of Saronsberg. And this, from the other side of the valley, is the Witzenberg Valley, which is where they're racing right now. And we do apologize. We are doing our very best to bring you images from out on the trail, but it is difficult at the best of times to get clear, clean images to do justice to the race. But as I said, we do everything we possibly can. Our team is working furiously to bring you clean images. Now, if you'd like to take part next year in the Absa Cape Epic, year 21, you can enter the lottery right now. It is open for the 2025 Absa Cape Epic. It's not a ticket that you come around easily, that comes around easily. So try and get into the lottery now and secure your entry, guarantee an entry. Then you've got a whole year to reflect on it and prepare for it, because it is something worth coming into very, very well prepared. You need to be. It is a seriously tough challenge, as you've seen over the last 20 years, and so you need to be well prepared. But get an entry now via the lottery.
Not easy to come by. The entries in the historically, even from the very early years, race entries sold out in seconds, and entries were highly sought after. It's going to be, and to enter the lottery gives riders a bit more of a chance, or it gives everyone a bit of a chance to ride this magnificent race.
So the Witzenberg Valley, they're doing a loop in an anti-clockwise motion around the valley, and then they come up onto the ridgeline, having climbed out of Panorama and onto the acre, and then onto the ridgeline, and drop down the Wagon Trail, which they came up earlier today. And a big sector of that Wagon Trail, it is rough, loose, and technically challenging. It is this year's Toyota Tough section on stage 2.
It's one of the longest Toyota Tough sections.
He turns to find the Wagon Trail. Riders would have just finished a grueling 50-odd Ks riding through the valley in the Witzenberg. Ooh, bumpy, rocky. Whoa, bunny hop over that. Whoa, rocky ass. So riders are going to be really fatigued coming back into Toolbach. It's going to be a case of survival for most. Now onto a boardwalk. You just take it in your stride here. This is going to be something you'll never, ever, ever forget.
Oliver Munich taking us down there together with Keegan Bontekoning. Now we go to the men's race. We've got images coming from the front end of the race. Buff Megamo and Orbea Liet Speed Company together at the sharp end. They are heading up towards Panorama and then into the climb up Acre. The shadow will suggest that they are in the forest. There is a bit of a forest on that side, and there's no question that the Orbea Liet Speed Company pair are determined to make up for yesterday's losses, and they look highly motivated here, Sabine.
Yeah, and it seems like that Georg Ecker, who had cramps yesterday, that he's now here trying to increase the speed and the pace, and the Buff Megamode teams they holding on.
Well, we saw the fortunes change considerably with Orbea Liet Speed Company having a bad day yesterday, now absolutely on the very front of the race, and also at a pivotal part of the race, especially with the World Bicycle Relief Team, Nina Schurter, Sebastian Fini losing time after their puncture, and also not only that, having to spend the extra effort to get back, and George Egger and Lucas Baum certainly not making it any easier. And if there is tactics at play here, when the riders start to cooperate in a small group like this, there might be a bit of tactics where Wout Alleman and Hans Becking may leave George Egger and Lucas Baum to do a little bit more work at the front, because they have more to gain. They lost a lot of time yesterday. They shipped a huge amount of time relatively and had a bad day on day one. So Hans Becking and Wout Alleman will know that that the team of Egger and Baum will just be a little bit more motivated to put in a bit of effort, to put more time and to move up on that GC board. More to gain for them.
Well, we got a brief glimpse yesterday of the brilliance of Nino Schurter on a descent, and we'll see it again today, and he will look to use that Toyota Tough section and the descent down the Wagon Trail to make back some of that time as we look at them now, and they are not that far away. We won't give you a definitive split, but this is a similar part of the trail that we've just seen the leading quartet on. So Nino Schurter and Sebastian Fini are not that far off the pair, and I think that might be the Canyon City pair with them. We'll confirm that, but this is the chasing pair, the yellow jerseys, always at Beers and Grotz, but we'll confirm that as we get better images. It is the Canyon City pair.
It is,
yeah. Andres Seewald and Mark Stutzman, the German and Swiss champion.
And also tactically, if you look at the Canyon City team and what their objective would be, they've lost quite a lot of time. They were almost 9 minutes back going into today's stage on general classification, and they know that that the yellow jerseys, it's up to them to defend that yellow jersey, so they can sit back. Arguably, they may want to contribute, but it is going to be the responsibility of the yellow jerseys to get back to the front of the field. A couple of minutes in it, not more than that. It looks like their mechanical woes are behind them, and Nino Schurter has his work cut out for him to get back onto or at least get as close as he can, so that he has less to make up on that descent. That descent is rocky, and just those high speeds, no matter how good you are, no matter what your skills are like, and even for the greatest of all time, there are some obstacles littering that trail on the downhill. We saw how rocky it was, and one small rock can make all the difference.
I think the gentleman doing the race briefing going into today's stage, I think the theme along that gentleman said was conservative, don't take risks. Was that right?
The word you use is gentleman, and I appreciate that, Gerald. That's what I said, indeed. Yes. No risks. Ride conservatively, and it doesn't help when you are just under 2 minutes back, having had a puncture, having to push a little bit, and the riders in front, the leaders on the day will be acutely aware of this.
Yeah, and the riders actually, so the men's riders, we mostly actually on gravel roads, on the farm roads, and yeah, we're coming now quite quickly to this nice dam, which we also just had quickly in yeah, we're seeing now. And after the dam, it's not that far to the next water point from where we actually climb back out of the valley and getting onto the ridge.
Heading towards the Acre, which is around 68, 69 kilometers, which is that water point. We will get a time check there as well, and it'll give us a perspective on what the gaps are. But that's where you can see the icon with Thomas Ditch's name alongside it. It's there and thereabouts, and then the road zigzags back up in a northerly direction. That is the climb.
So I remember from 2016 that getting on that ridge, there have been actually concrete sections, because it was so steep that it wasn't actually it was impossible to just ride it up in normal natural terrain. So there was concrete that in a way which gave you a kind of traction to come up.
This is the leading group, yep. Egger and Baum doing their best to make up time yesterday, but as we said, I don't think the yellow jerseys, World Bicycle Relief, are too far behind them. So it's going to be a fascinating tussle up that climb. Who will have the legs to keep the gap, open the gap, or close the gap?
We're going, just a reminder of the general classification going into stage 2. After stage 1, Buff Megamoa 1 minute and 30 seconds behind World Bicycle Relief. We still have to catch sight of the Toyota Specialized 91 team, who were 1 minute 10 seconds back on general classification. And we saw earlier them having some issues with their tires, some mechanical issues. The theme of the day, for sure, and we need to, we would love to see exactly how far back the team of Matt Beers and Howard Grotz are. We are relying on cellular signal, and in these remote areas, the race does cover some remote areas in the Western Cape, and of course it is always a challenge when it comes to connectivity.
Absolutely, as they will make their way up that climb, having passed through the Acre very shortly, and then onto the ridge line there. Beautiful section of riding that. It really is. It's almost, you get the feeling it's a sort of really one of the most remote sections of the trail. There's no other, that's a single road that runs along the top of that trail. I say road, but as Sabine was alluding to, in order to get the vehicles up there, I think they used it to put electricity pylons and so on up there. They needed cement strips in certain areas, but it is really a rough track riding along the top of that ridge.
A great graphic we saw there, just how special this region is and how unique, the unique geographical features of it, alongside the fierce racing that is the backdrop to it.
And at the far northern end of this beautiful Witzenberg Valley, as this group of riders start the climb, and then we'll head to the checkpoint. So can Nino Schurter bring Sebastian Finney, who's shown that he is up for it here? Certainly yesterday, it's still very early in an 8-day stage race, something Sebastian Finney hasn't yet done, but he certainly showed he was up for it yesterday in matching Schurter.
Well, the demeanor certainly shows, and the firepower in the legs shows as well. Sebastian Finney is more than a match for the greatest of all time. Historically, it's been tricky for partners of Nino Schurter. He is just such a strong rider, and strong in so many different aspects, technically, firepower, and just mentally, he's just almost unbreakable in terms of his approach to the racing, and it's always a challenge for his partners to match that.
One of the Aubert Speed Company riders, possibly Egger there, just sliding back off that group there, and that has encouraged a little surge on the front from Wout Alleman and Hans Becking to say, well, look, if he's suffering now, let's start winding it up a bit here. Put a bit of pressure on.
Well, the riders down on the trail, they'll be next to each other, and they will be able to get a sense of exactly how each of the other riders is feeling, and Sabine will talk to this. That's part of being a good racer, is having the ability to sense how the others are feeling.
Yeah, you have to watch in a way the competition, the other riders around you, and then it's like, yeah, if you notice that there is a bit a battle, or if it's like breathing, also that then you in a way you try to make it a bit even harder.
They pass through the water point, and yes, Egger does stop at that water point. Baum goes on following on the wheels. He's trusting that his partner will close into him, but he still hasn't left. And he's not at the tech zone, he's at the physical tech zone. He's taking on liquid and something to revive him a little, perhaps feeling the effects of yesterday's efforts and the cramps that crippled him yesterday and saw them lose nearly 6 minutes yesterday. So that is at the final big water point. There's a hydration stop at the top of the Wagon Trail descent, but we will get a time check now. We are getting it right now.
We're at the 68-kilometer mark, the Ica, and surprising to see the Orbea Liet Speed Company racer. Absolutely, he seemed to be stopping for quite a while now. His partner looks like he's waiting for him, and Buff Megamo certainly are not going to wait. They're going to charge ahead. Wout Alleman highly motivated for another stage win.
Look, a tactic could also be, I don't know if it was now Egger or who stopped. It just was a bit too far away to make that clearly out. So if one of the team members needs really to fuel up and the other one is a bit weaker, that's okay, you carry on, you try to stay with the other twos, with the Buff Megamo team, and I grab stuff for you and I will bring it to you, like it's also in road cycling, when actually like also the water carrier, the domestics, and also bringing bottles to the team members.
Well, Alleman and Becking, they didn't stop, and they've clearly got enough nutrition with them, and feel that they can get to the finish without needing anything more. Beers and Grotz have come through that checkpoint, 1 minute and 6 seconds behind the leading pair of teams. So
that's a question answered as to where the team of Toyota Specialized 91 are in relation to Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, who have just crossed that checkpoint 2 minutes and 27 back off Buff Megamo. And if you look at the general classification, virtual general classification on the trail right now, that puts Buff Megamo in yellow.
Quick snatch of a bottle for these riders, and they will be off on the trail again.
Now, to note that we did get the time check just before they went into that split, into that timing mat. So you will see Orbea Lead Speed Company really very much in touch with Buff Megabo, but coming out of there was a gap between Buff Megabo and Orbea Lead Speed Company. Canyon CD right with World Bicycle Relief, relying on Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney to set the pace. Canyon CD are over almost 9 minutes back on general classification.
Hans Becking just looking down the behind him as they taken the left-hand turn. He could perhaps catch a glimpse of where Orbea Liet Speed Company, and perhaps but more concerning for him, where the yellow jerseys are. They've just come through 2 minutes and 27 seconds behind them. As Neil said, puts them in the virtual lead.
But also, I mean, the moment they realizing that directly behind them is the e-bike, Stefan or Thomas. So then we're also realizing that the other team, which was still with us, they dropped back.
Well, now look at all this. This is Orbea Speed Company. It looks like they with the World Bicycle Relief and the Toyota Specialized 91 teams. So they're all together. It looks like, and Canyon City. And there is the
and it's Lukas Baum who is pushing Georg Egger.
That's not a sight the fans of Orbea Liet Speed Company would want to see at this stage. And they're constantly looking over their shoulder. Becking and Wout Alleman, who did virtually all the work going up the climb, up the Wagon Trail. And he's still looking just supremely strong at the moment, the Belgian.
Well, Wout Alleman has changed teams this year. He's now with the Buff Megamo team, and they recognized the potential in him, and they snatched him up because clearly the investment is paying off, because he is absolutely, you could arguably say, one of the strongest riders in this race. And His partner, Hans Becking, is really enjoying having a partner like this, an ally like Wout Alleman on his side, rather than as a competitor. He's delighted to be pretty much in the virtual lead. Now, if we look at the virtual general classifications, that's the time taken right, the last time check out on the trail. So if the race were to stop right now, Buff Megama would be in the yellow jersey with a 46-second advantage over Toyota Specialized 91 and a 57-second advantage over World Bicycle Relief. And that is on virtual classification. Still a long way to go before we get to the finish. In fact, even before we get to the descent, the Wagon Trail descent. And let's not count any chickens. I'm sure the riders are not counting their chickens before they hatch, because the Wagon Trail is a long Toyota tough section. It's a long trail all the way down. Lots of things can happen, lots of risks, even if you take it at a conservative pace, which we're pretty sure these riders will do, because they know all about risk, because what they would gain in just taking a few risks is nothing compared to the infinite losses they could potentially have if there is a mechanical.
Yeah, and after the Wagon Trail, we're still like also it's not that we're coming back via just farm roads. It goes a little bit along a little stream, and there are trees and stumpies and stuff. So even there, it's also and a lot of little bridges where we have to go over our A-frames. So we're also just like with you can't just then stop like and rolling. It's like you still have to be very focused, because they are also within the woods, when it's like still a bit with the shadow, light and shadow situation. You have to be very cautious and concentrated and focused.
Just to update you on the other teams chasing here, Sagvillia Victoria Factory are 4 minutes and 15 going through that checkpoint. Good day for Thijs Reta and Tim Sminga from Cam C. They are in 7th place, 6 minutes and 3 seconds down on this lead group. Howard Grotz at the back of the chase group here, with Matt Beers ahead of him, and the two yellow jerseys of Sebastian Finney and Nino Schurter, World Bicycle Relief, on the wheels of Andres Sewald and his Swiss champion partner, Mark Stutzman.
So they're all contributing now, and they've all got something to lose in this section of the race, as the race really starts to heat up as they go on the final ascent, heading up to that Hydro Point, USN Hydro Point, offering fluids and ready for the riders to descend the Wagon Trail, the Toyota tough sections, past Manly's and into the finish at the 97-kilometer mark. We expect to see the riders arriving around about 11, just before 12 o'clock for the women's section, and just after 11 o'clock for the men's category. And in this group that we see, Canyon CD, the yellow jerseys of World Bicycle Relief, and at the front, Matt Beers powering along. Matt Beers partnered with Howard Grotz, Toyota Specialized 91.
Yeah, Matt Beers really like with a nice pace, with a good pedal stroke, and he could like almost we could see that he slightly could open up a little bit a gap, and but then also like I saw that he, when the moment he went into the forest, had a look over his shoulder, just also to make sure that Howard Grotz is with him and not dropping back.
We can see that Buff Megama, Wout Alleman can sense another stage victory. They know they've got a gap to George Egger and Lucas Baum. They could have sensed that George Egger was suffering a little bit, and they know that this is their time. This is the time to take advantage. They know that when they have the chance, they will take as much time as they possibly can, because fortunes could change. They've had 3 really good days so far, and this is the 3rd good day, and they know that a bad day could await them sometime in the week. So make the most of it, make hay while the sun shines.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have suffered the previous day from cramps, like you definitely have to top up with minerals, with also maybe have also some extra salt tablets with you, which you then also can put into your bottles when you refill at the water points. So you definitely have to just make sure that your mineral system, or your minerals, the electrolytes, that they are on the right level again.
Well, the key here is that yellow jersey, and they are in that group chasing, closing in, trying to close the gap to the leaders, and that is going to be on the minds of Buff Megamo. Just a reflection back on the days so far. This is the start of the men's race early this morning, 7 o'clock, just after first light, and beautiful conditions it was for these riders rolling out in the shadow of the mountain. The sun had yet to break over the top of the Witzenberg ridgeline, with the race lead in the hands of Toyota's, at least Will Bicycle Relief, by 1 minute and 10 seconds. They were in the yellow jerseys there, resplendent. You can see them there, very prominent. Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. Behind them in the second place, Toyota Specialized, the South African champion Matt Beers, and his American partner Howard Grotz, a winner here in 2018. Buff Megamo in third place, 1 minute and 30 seconds back. Bart Alleman and Hans Becking at stage one in a sprint finish ahead of Schurter and Finney yesterday, and put themselves in the frame here. And Bart Alleman early on putting himself in the European Champions jersey alongside Matt Beers, the South African champion, on the front of this race. Around 9.5 kilometers of a trail to the base of the Witzenberg Mountains, and the Wagon Trail climb, which defined the first half of this race as they climbed through the single track and up onto the ridgeline and then into the Witzenberg Valley.
An early start for the riders again at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the riders' legs will be a little bit sore from the last 2 days, especially yesterday. A long day out for sure, and hopefully the top professional riders will have warmed up adequately, because awaiting them very soon is the Wagon Trail climb, or was the Wagon Trail climb at this point, a 10% average gradient, but that says nothing about the challenge of the single track climb. It's a tricky, challenging, and technical climb that rises 760 meters, topping out at 1133 meters, and it'll take the riders about 40 minutes, a very hard effort, a 40-minute effort at least, getting up the 7.4 kilometer Wagon Trail climb.
We see Seerwald on the front, quite high up that climb, but the one absentee team from this lead group was the yellow jerseys of Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. Finney picked up a puncture on the flats, rolling in towards the base of the climb, and they lost time. Not exactly sure how much time, but enough time to disconnect them from this group, which was Buff Megamo, Beerleert Speed Company, one of their riders, and of course Howard Grotz and Matt Beers. That is the image of Schurter and Finney. Difficult, they got the puncture at the base, and now they're on a single track, difficult to get past riders, so not able to make up as much time as if it had happened on an open road. Up that climb, a very, very long and tortuous climb, at times very technical as well. For these riders, we had images of some of them having to dismount and climb over, walk up some of the more technical stuff. But one man who was in supreme form was this man, the Belgian Wout Alleman, in the European Champions jersey, looking absolutely superb.
It makes all the difference being on form, just that slight to 0.5% difference between being absolutely on point and a little bit off. And you can just see from the long string of riders going back down the trail. We saw the images earlier. These are top professionals in their sport, and that shows just how strong Wout Alleman is, and his partner, of course, Hans Becking.
The yellow jerseys send on their own. They've managed to get past one or two teams, and we're trying to claw back that time, which at this stage we surmise is around about a minute, maybe a minute and 20 seconds. And they reach the top of the climb, and then into the sunshine and into the gateway, through the gateway of the Witzenberg Valley. What a beautiful sight through these rocks. The leaders poured, and all the riders thereafter on a trail. This little section new to the Absa Cape Epic, although most of today's stage probably familiar to those who've ridden it over the many years. This section down to the most southerly part of the Witzenberg Valley, quite new and very, very special indeed.
And the 20-year edition, 20 years of the Untamed, is going to be a mix, a blend of tradition, but also of the new, of innovation and new features of the race, and that is certainly a beautiful one, as the racers tear through that that gap in the rock. Canyon Seedy, having had some couple of bad days and looking to make good, the marathon specialists.
Spectacular images on stage 2 of this 20th edition of the Absa Cape Epic as the riders pour into the Witzenberg Valley through that remarkable crack in the rock, the gateway, as the helicopter, it looks as though it's painted onto the rock wall there. About a minute, just over a minute down, going through the first checkpoint were the race leaders, World Bicycle Relief. The lead group had already gone through and they were chasing to try and close the gap. They weren't able to do it for many, many kilometers. Further back, these riders making their way to the base of that climb. Andreas Seerwald and Mark Stutzman of Canyon Seedy latching on to a group that had Orbea Lead Speed Company up ahead of them, and William Vittoria were also in this group. But up ahead by around a minute were the pair of Hans Becking, Bart Alleman, as well as Matt Beers and Howard Gross. That was the lead group as they made their way around the far side, the southern end of the valley. Becking on the back of it. Well, if you are pushing your partner, it looked as though that man had had a rough day yesterday, perhaps wasn't feeling 100%. Look at this sensational trails on the rocky terrain that really typifies the single track that they'll be riding today. Rugged, rough terrain, the likes of which they have become accustomed to, but still it tests riders' skill levels and their equipment, and looking after that equipment. Talking about equipment, well, it was Matt Beers who suffered the puncture that would spike their hopes of staying with that lead group, and they had to then get back on the bike. It didn't look as though they'd lost too much time and begin the chase back. The lead, though, by that stage was with Becking and Alleman and Orbea Speed Company in that lead group. The story of the day so far, more about the punctures that have been suffered and the fight back by those teams that had them. Through the final checkpoint, just around 69 kilometers into the stage, and the lead group of Orbea Lead Speed Company and the Buff Mekimo team going through that checkpoint. 3 riders picking up bottles, 1 stopping. We surmise it might have been Lucas Baum picking up for Gail Geiger, or Gail Geiger stopping himself. And then the chase group coming through that checkpoint, and they were 1 minute and 6 seconds back. World Bicycle Relief were 2 minutes and 27 off the lead group at that stage, and they began the climb through the acre and heading towards the summit here with just the Buff Megamo team up ahead, and well, riding almost so comfortably, looking very, very easy indeed was Bart Alleman, his partner Hans Becking, out the saddle just to try and close to his back wheel, an illustration of the strength and the form, the moment of the Belgian Bart Alleman. That's how it stands as they reach what is now becoming the key moment of this race. Up onto the ridge, the climb up there, and then the descent down the Wagon Trail. That could well be the defining moment as they head back into this, the Tilbach Valley, an area they got to know very well yesterday on stage 1 as they looped around this valley. Stage 1 by Buff Megamo, putting themselves up as serious contenders here. The women's race headed off early this morning, just after the men, and it was Cannondale Factory Racing who were 1 minute and 6 seconds behind the Chivita orange jerseys of the Ghost Factory Racing pair, Ann Terpstra and Nicole Kohler, who had won a second stage in a row around Tilbach yesterday. In third place, Toyota Specialized, Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Samara Shepherd were doing the chasing, with defending champion Vera Lossa and Alexa Skada 10 minutes back. In the early stages along the relatively flat terrain heading towards that climb up the Wagon Trail, and pace being dictated by Candice Lill.
Yes, and certainly been dominant on the field. The field we've seen yesterday, and also on the prologue section, that Candice Lill is definitely on form for sure, and as is her partner Mona Mitterwallner. But the on-form team of the day and of the week so far, Ghost Factory Racing. We saw them dominate the prologue on the climb. It really made it count on that climb. So clearly got the firepower to where it really counts. And Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwallner have their work cut out for them today for sure. We just saw the some of the riders wearing their hydration packs. They would have looked at the profile and at the hydration points along the way and opting to wear their backpacks. And there's an advantage to this, and in fact one of the big advantages is there's actually, well, here we have a mechanical. This was Vera Lorza having issues with her drivetrain, and her partner waiting with her. Just a concerned look from her partner Alexis Garda.
Now we're back live as they're heading along that track and trail along the top of the ridgeline, heading for the top of the ridgeline. And the now familiar image of Wout Alleman, Sabine. He is in supreme form. Hans Becking seemingly always having to just close the gap all the time.
Yeah, so he always like, especially like from the second part or the second half of the stages, that Wout is always a bit pulling away from him, and Hans Becking needs to close the gap. But I guess it's also if you're still close, and in this terrain, you also don't really, there's not really a slipstream which you can benefit. So it's if you're still together, then it's also it doesn't matter if you have like a gap of 5 meters or so. And we had pulled quite a bit away. We see there's no team in the background, so we actually could manage to break away quite nicely from the other teams.
Yeah, Alleman and Becking in charge of this stage right now. The descent still to come, and all manner of drama can and has unfolded on that descent before.
Well, they know that they may not know about the puncture woes of Toyota Specialized 91, and of course most significantly the yellow jerseys. They won't necessarily be aware of exactly what happened, but what they will be aware of is that they are alone. And they'll know that when they're alone, they've got to really make it count as they head into the technical section of the day. And they know that it's going to be a balance between taking risks on the downhill to hold that advantage, because they know for sure that Ino Shota will go down here very fast indeed. And they know that they want to not take too many risks either. So it's about that. It's about balancing that and making sure that they get to the end and keep that advantage they've worked so hard for.
And what you also hear, what I just now remember also here, you have this Feinbus, and then it's like, you know, when you come through and it just can grip your handlebar, and it's also so easily that it takes you out, because we have quite strength.
Well, as you were talking about earlier, Sabine, the trail, they're still on the eastern slope of the mountain. They yet to get to the saddle that'll take them down the Wagon Trail. But yeah, there's plenty of pitfalls here that can cause drama for these riders. So they have to be very, very cautious whilst still being in racing mode. But take care of the equipment.
Yeah, but we are actually quite close to the highest point again, so before we're dropping down the Wagon Trail. And I always like, of course, what I always enjoy also like the landscape you have here with like this rock formation, where it actually got just, you see like how the rock got just in a way pushed up, and you have like these shelvings which are just piercing out.
Like walls, aren't they? They're forced out through tectonic pressures thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. Well, the pressure and the force of Wout Alleman is coming to play here today. The Belgian is dictating matters on stage 2 of this Absa Cape Epic, together with his Dutch partner Hans Becking. They're great characters. They love the sport. They love talking about the sport. And well, look, you can get a really close-up view of what the terrain's like.
And it's also, you see, like these, you have two, it's a cheap track, you have two single tracks. But I mean, you can't just go from one side to the other one, because in between you don't know what is under this higher grass or these bushes. So if you decide for one side, you actually have to stick to that side, because it's very risky to just in between to swap to the other side.
Okay. It's all about reducing risk. Just having a look at the time check at the roll call, as we call it, at the 70-kilometer mark. We can see in front of us the yellow jerseys. They were 2 minutes and 27 seconds back at the 70-kilometer mark. Still a bit to go, and then we've got Stefan Sam with them on the Bulls Media e-bike.
And they're alone.
We did see them earlier riding with Toyota Specialized 91 and Canyon CD. They looked like they were cooperating more or less, but the yellow jersey team are now alone.
Stefan Sam, hello, can you hear us? And please tell us what the situation is and when these two got away.
Just separated from Toyota Specialized. So Matthias was pushing 8,000 watts up the hill, and I think Howard Grotz just lost 2 cylinders on his V8 and had to fall back a bit. And yeah, but I mean, this is just a cruel climb. Everything here wants to either make your wheel spin or stop your momentum. It's crazy, and it's loose and dusty. Incredible. But yellow jersey had a hard fight to come back, and I was impressed by how quick they fixed the puncture and almost came back to the group, and then managing the gap all the way. And it was kind of a crucial moment, just like 2 kilometers ago, when you could see all the teams lined up and you can actually have a reference where you're standing. So this probably also gave someone out. I hope I can keep up.
We back you to keep up, Stefan. We know you can, don't worry. It's only Nino Schurter up front there. You've got him.
And I remember also with Nino, so in last year in the World Cup, he punctured, and he was actually far, like he was, I think, in the second position. He dropped back, fixed the puncture, and managed really like to go back and came back to the podium's position. So so he's not in a way just rushing, so he just tries to keep calm and ride his pace, and he just in a way shows here again how he in a way like just staying composed and just trying to find his rhythm and not rushing, because when the risk of getting another puncture or technical problem is definitely high.
Well, you just caught a glimpse there of them closing in on Albea Lead Speed Company. That was the World Bicycle Relief. So they've picking up teams as they go. Meanwhile, Bart Allemann and his partner Hans Becking are charging ahead, rampaging down this trail. And they know, well, they will have an idea because the helicopter is not far behind them. They'll know that the heat is coming from behind. And whilst they perhaps don't know for sure it is Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, they'll have a good idea that the yellow jerseys will be closing in on them. That was that virtual leaderboard has them in the yellow now by 47 seconds. If the race were to stop right now, it would be Buff Megabo who would be putting on the GVT yellow jerseys going into tomorrow's stage. Toyota Specialized 91 and World Bicycle Relief, well, just a minute between them right now as it stands.
But it's also that on this board is still Toyota Specialized is ahead of World Bicycle Relief, but in the actual race, they already passed. So
we're further along than this time check.
So Nino and Sebastian Finney, they actually are here also in the race, in today's stage race. They are on second position.
And all to play for still. And just noted at the bottom there, Pago Eurosteel had passed through that time check in about 11th, yeah, it's 11th spot, 6 minutes 10 behind Buff Megamo, and significantly Team Honeycomb Racing. Way off the pace.
Yeah, who are the wearers today of the Absa African jersey, and they have lost nearly 6 minutes today. There are plenty of other teams in between them, so the Toyota Specialized Pagaru is still 2, Valley Electrical, Titan and Mbuka A are between them, so that is a significant change. Here's the hydration point, the USN hydration point at the summit of the climb, and very shortly they'll be dropping down as Gail Gega and Lucas Baum try and hammer it along here for Orbea Speed, Liat Speed Company.
And now we're going to head down the Toyota Tough section, very soon reaching that section, the Wagon Trail down. They rode up the trail, and now they get to go down again.
And as Sabine alluded to earlier, the trail may be in a very different condition to the one they rode up, because, well, over 1,000 riders behind them have made their way up that trail, slowly pedaling, and probably quite a lot of them are walking and hiking up there. So it will have very different characteristics, I fancy, to the one they rode up. But Finney and Schurter are on a mission here. The yellow jerseys clinging on and digging deep to try and keep hold of those beautiful jerseys, the jumpers that they have earned on day one and retained yesterday. They're closing in now on just ahead of them, the Orbea Speed Company team. And this is another steep, rough, loose climb, bending down to the task of closing that gap. They're on them now. So Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney of World Bicycle Relief in the yellow jerseys, having suffered a puncture early in the day, have fought hard all the day to close the gap. They have ticked off teams as they've come through, and they have just passed Orbea Liat Speed Company, and now I think only have Buff Megamo in their sights up the trail as they head towards the Toyota Tough section, the descent back into the Tilbach Valley.
And we just saw that overtake, and that it was that telling sign of George Egger as his head dropped. Although they are still trying to stay in touch with the yellow jersey wearers, and a good sign that all they have to do is just get through this hydration, this hydro point, the USN hydro point, and they might gather some. They're not stopping for even 1 second, because they know it's all to play for on this downhill section, this Toyota Tough section, the Wagon Trail down to the finish. We should get a time check from them at around about the 5K to go mark, so we'll get to see exactly what that time gap is. But estimates are certainly within 2 minutes of the leading team on the stage, the Buff Megamo team.
Well, what's happening here is there's still riders coming up the trail. It seems there were some riders, yes, they are. This is the leading team heading down. That gives you a perspective of how slow. Oops, he nearly overshooting the corner. He did overshoot the corner. No real drama, and Becking can carry on. Well, this was a concern, that these top professional riders are so fast that they've come up, gone round the Witzenberg Valley before the back end of the field have got to the top of the trail. This is going to be a slight problem, because there are lots of teams coming up. As Becking is following the wheel of Alleman, who's about 3 or 4 bike lengths ahead of his Dutch partner.
Yeah, there are still a lot of cyclists coming up here.
It just shows just how fast Buff Megamo are heading down this section here, this Toyota Tough section. The aggressive geometry and the aggressive shocks, long travel suspension of the Bulls Media e-bike, and the abilities of the pilot also just shows how fast the front riders are heading down here. There's no doubting the skills of the Bulls Media e-bike riders, and all credit to Buff Megamo as they tear down this descent.
Well, again, just we apologize. Occasionally we are going to lose signal. We have been, but we're doing our very best to bring you the coverage as we bring the riders home to the Saronsberg finish here in Tilbach.
get a fantastic shot of that ridgeline, and we'll be able to see the next contending teams coming down that section very soon.
Amazing, that ridgeline. That is the road, the trail that they'll ride on, having come out of the valley on the right-hand side, back on board. On the edge, absolutely on the edge, in the shadow of the helicopter. Visibility, sometimes if you're the rider behind, can be tricky.
And the Bulls Media e-bike pilot just keeping his distance. We saw earlier with it was Hans Becking, just a slight wrong turn, just a tiny mistake, almost put him off the trail. And nothing lost, no issues, but of course, just an indicator and a bit of a, not just, I wouldn't say a wake-up call, but just a reminder to the teams that anything can go wrong on this tricky descent. Bulls Media e-bike piloted by Thomas Ditch, a former Bulls team member, and very much a contributor to the 5 victories of Carl Platt.
Yeah, well, Thomas was just speaking after the prologue about how, well, it's Alleman, and he's caught them up, Alleman and Becking ahead of him, how the visibility was so difficult on this bike. You were behind the 1 and then 2 riders, and at times he said, I couldn't see a thing. You just trust the bike and go, because there was so much dust.
Really an unprecedented bird's or rider's eye view of these trails. These images are an absolute privilege to see, because this was certainly a new technology that has developed over the past few years, thanks to the tech partner NTT, but also the hard work of the crew, and the risks that the Bulls Media e-bikes have to take just to stay in touch with the race leaders.
So there they are. That is Wout Alleman and Hans Becking. The men chasing them behind are the yellow jerseys, and that is going to be fascinating with the slower riders at the back end of the field coming up the trail still. They'll get a glimpse of the yellow flash going past them as they go down Nino Schurter and all the rest of them.
Yeah, I just also checked that the last batch we went off at 8:15. So we also just we have also a long day out, huh?
Yes, that's a very, very long day for these riders. Some 2.25 hours. They have yet to reach the top of the first big climb.
It's a completely different experience for the amateurs, and with not just because of the start time, but the finish time as well. Their recovery time is a lot shorter than the top professionals. Top professionals finish right about 11 o'clock today is the predicted finishing time, and 11:53, 11:54 for the women, and that means that they have pretty much from 12 o'clock they can spend their recovery, they can get their recovery routine in. But if you're finishing at 5 o'clock, you've got far less time to recover for the next day.
It's not going to get much easier. This event just hits you every single day with loads of hard work for the bike, for you, and the time just shrinks. But these two, Alleman and Becking, are looking as though, barring incident or accident, they're putting another show on for the Buff Megamo team, and maybe sealing a second stage win. Way to go still, though.
Well, this is a popular team, and don't speak too soon, Gerald, because so much can go wrong at this point. And but so far, so good for the popular pairing. Wout Alleman, a new addition to the team, and a great addition to the great investment for the Spanish team. The Dutch rider, pretty much the star of the show. He's been a great exponent of the Epic Series. We've seen him at several of the races around the world, and he's a multiple stage winner, including yesterday's stage with Wout Alleman.
That would be now also if you just to see Nino and Sebastian Finney, because also if you remember yesterday on actually an easy downhill section, how quick and how fast Nino went down, and managed actually already to make also to Fini to make a gap, and so it would be nice anyway also to see how he flies down this trail.
Yeah, his supreme skill and speed would be something to witness here. Yeah, and he opened a gap very quickly on that fairly smooth but downward undulating trail. This would be something else.
There's something to be said for the fact that cross-country riders ride a lap course, and the skills we've seen in the World Cup circuit, it unmatched and the best in the world. But there is a certain art to riding trails that are unseen. Lap courses, the riders get a chance to see the course before, they get a chance to pick their lines, to choose where they're going to ride. But there is something quite different about marathon racing. Sabine, you'll be able to speak to this. You've been riding at the head of the field in both types, both in the marathon stage racing and, of course, in the World Cup cross-country Olympic level. It is a difference not knowing exactly where the trail's going and what the trail has in store.
Yeah, it's almost that you almost need to create like a feeling to foresee what lies around the corner, like that you, and actually your eyes are always like already a bit around the corner. So it's just like it's like you create like a bit a sense for what can come, and you need to be prepared.
Here's your wish. They are in second on the stage, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Fini, flying down the Wagon Trail, the Toyota Tough section, in the hands of the greatest of all time. And this could be, if we get good clean images, one of the best sights you could see.
And the class of the field certainly showing with the, I wouldn't say disastrous, but certainly a difficult moment for Schurter and Fini with that flat. And they dropped back several places and up to 2.5 minutes behind at one point. And they are now in second on the stage and in hot pursuit of the Buff Megamo team. Who knows if they'll be able to make that catch, but they've certainly put everyone else in, or sent everyone else behind, back, and they are riding in their dust. Nino Schurter and Sebastian Fini are on another great day. Apart from that mishap with the puncture, they are absolutely flying.
90 seconds was the gap to Buff Megamo at the start of the day, and 1 minute and 10 to the Toyota Specialized 91 team, who themselves have also had mechanical issues today. Matt Beers had a puncture, and they have lost touch with this group. But this is another supreme example of the brilliance of Nino Schurter and his partner Sebastian Fini. Remember, they don't ride for the same trade teams, so they're riding under World Bicycle Relief this year. And if you are identified by Nino Schurter as a potential partner to take on the Absa Cape Epic, then you know you've got something, but you also have to live up to it.
Absolutely, it's a big task ahead, and in fact, the spark started with Sebastian Fini saying to Nino Schurter jokingly, he admits he was joking, "Hey, let's ride the Epic together," and now I think it looks like Nino Schurter took him seriously. It's happening right now. It's not the first time we've seen a extremely high-profile pairing of two different riders and two different trade teams for a charity. The Christoph Sauser pairing that we saw for the Songo.info team, that was another high-profile pairing, as he paired up with the late Barry Stander, and took him to two more victories after his first in 2006. Christoph Sauser was spearheading the Songo campaign and partnered with Barry Stander. The first time they were with different trade teams, then Barry Stander joined the Specialized outfit, and they took two victories together, and it was put Sauser well on his way to winning 5 victories at the Absa Cape Epic.
The image there of Nino Schurter on this descent there, just poise and perfection. Relaxed but focused, and at high speed going down a loose gravel descent, and it is quite sensational. And he's got Sebastian Fini ahead of him.
It's quite a good move for Nino Schurter. It means, because Nino Schurter may know that he might just just out of enthusiasm, take a few risks on the downhill. Wants to let Sebastian Finney, not put him under any pressure at all. Let Sebastian Finney take his time on the descent, or to do it at his own pace. And by saying that, just makes it seem like we're damning Sebastian Finney with faint praise, but absolutely not. Sebastian Finney is an accomplished cross-country rider. He's the national champion, and no discredit to him whatsoever, but we are talking about the greatest of all time, the GOAT, Nino Schurter. And now he's certainly becoming far more adept at managing his partners. It's a great showing from him, knowing just what it takes to nurture a partner to the finish. It's a new partnership. Nino Schurter has won this race twice before, so he would essentially be the strongest partner because he has the most experience and with the most victories. Becoming really good at managing his partner.
Yeah, and we now here actually on the section where the riders, just here this corner, they came from the right up the Wagon Trail, and now heading back towards the finish, a little bit a different route, but it will go still like through a little bit some single trails, over small bridges, under trees. There's also still quite sections where you always have to be focusing, because there are like also little stumps which are looking out, and it's easy that you just get caught with your pedal on these stumps.
There's so much potential for risk, so much potential for a fall, and the Buff Megamo team have made it down through the Toyota Tough section, down the Wagon Trail, and they can breathe a sigh of relief a little bit, not wanting to count their chickens at this point. And Matt Beers heading down the Toyota Tough section. He will have Howard Grotz close to him at the moment, and he knows he's looking down. Let's hope that there's no issue, maybe just having a bit of a check of his equipment, but he knows exactly what he has to do. He was overhauled by Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, and as they head down this tricky section.
Yeah, you don't want to puncture here. He did have a puncture earlier in the day. Now, Grotz is there. And they go at Baum and Egger just behind them, the Obeah-led Speed Company pair.
What's surprising, we really expected the Speed Company pairing to stay at least as close as they could to the pairing of Sebastian Finney and Nino Schurter. And it looks like they've lost a little bit of, there's a bit of a gap that's grown, and Howard Grotz taking those corners just a little bit carefully. Let's hope he hasn't got anything wrong with his tire. He did seem to have a foot out and seemed to be nursing his bike around that corner. Anything can happen on this trail, even if it's just a slight loss of pressure, that can affect the performance of the rider on the downhill sections. The low tire pressure just making it the bike seem a bit squirrely, and of course the risk of damaging the tire and also the rim.
Back with our leaders, you've got a glimpse across the valley. That's where we headed, the Saronsberg peak in the distance there. Not far from that is the finish at Saronsberg. 10 kilometers to go in this dramatic stage 2 of the 2024 Absa Cape Epic, with Wout Alleman in the front there, together with his Buff Megamo partner Hans Becking of the Netherlands in the Dutch Netherlands Champions jersey. And they have had a storming day. Can they put it all to bed today and secure a second stage win? Well, they're not far away from it, but as Sabine has said, there are, you know, when you think you've got through the toughest bit, and perhaps they have in terms of technical challenges, you cannot afford to take your eye off the ball here. This is potentially hazardous, little jumps and bridges and stiles and branches and all sorts of things in these trails that could scupper your chances.
And some of the cheap tracks, so which you take with quite some speed, we're a bit off camber, so it's also that you slide sideways. So you have to still be very focused and a good position on your bike. And like you said, it's so often that if there's something really technically, you're focusing, and when you get out of this section, you just your concentration drops a little bit, and then something can happen.
Great to have a rider's eye view of things, what it's like out there on the trail. Because, of course, we do take a macro view. We look at the profile, we look at the main obstacles of the day. But sometimes an obstacle can be one small rock, one small berm, and those race chances could be scuppered.
Or a little hair.
Or a little hair, yes, or a bokkie or something, yep. This is Nino Schurter and his partner Sebastian Finney, World Bicycle Relief in the yellow jerseys, desperately fighting to defend the jerseys today on the second day. They lost time over 2 minutes at the worst at some stage, but they are really, really fighting to hold on to the jerseys. The biggest threat to them at this stage, Buff Megawe, they are 90 seconds back on GC at the start of the day, and now they are up the road in the lead. Looking up the road, we don't see any moving images there, so they're out of sight, but the way these two are going, they are holding nothing back. It is Sebastian Finney on the front there, and Nino Schurter just glancing around his partner to see if he could maybe catch a glimpse of them up the road there. And you sense that if he does see them, that's like a real carrot, isn't it? If you see the team up ahead.
Well, the performance of the day, if we have to count somebody, if we have to vote, this is the performance of the day. Because if you consider what they had to overcome, they overcame some, not necessarily the trickiest puncture, but they had it at the worst possible time before the Wagon Trail climb. So they might have been delayed by some of the riders on the way up. That would have contributed to the time loss, because the time loss actually repairing the puncture was probably quite minimal, but in the chase they would have had a tricky time getting back on that narrow single track climb, and they have absolutely almost turned that disadvantage around, and they are riding to second place on the trails today.
Making it look very, very easy. These, and you can see the ruts and the holes in the road there, but these two are just past masters, making it look very, very easy. Back with our leaders, winding through this trail. The work of Dion Wilkins, Tim, his son, and they've done amazing jobs here. The Tilbach Mountain Bike Club along that river, and this is what you were talking about, I think, Sabine, where there can be potential pitfalls here.
Yeah, well, like small corners where you can easily overshoot. There is, yeah, you have this little stream or this little gorge which we're always crossing over, and so the bridges you approach sometimes in a quite sharp angle, so it's easy that you also just miss a corner from this bridge.
So far, so good. Sebastian, at least on the front there, Wout Alleman and Hans Becking. A little tape tells you they're on the right trail. Technical work to do before they get towards Tilbach, around and then in to Saronsberg, which is the other side of the town as they're riding towards it now. Fast and furious, they sense another opportunity here, and a second stage win beckons for Alleman and Becking.
Becking wearing the Dutch National Championships jersey. He is the national champion in the marathon discipline, and Alleman is the European marathon champion. Just noting that because they are wearing different outfits. It's unusual in the Absa Cape Epic because the rules, you're obliged by the rules to wear exactly the same kit for identification, and the riders, if they are national champs or world champs for that matter, or European or continental champs, they are obliged by the governing bodies to wear those national championships jerseys.
Easy to miss a corner.
Yeah, we
or
just
like
saw exactly what you were talking about there. Yeah. Or Beer Speed Company here, and Matt Beers of Toyota Specialized 91 is apparently just behind this pair as well. So putting the heat on behind. Remember, Beers and Grotz of Toyota Specialized 91, 110 behind the World Bicycle Relief at the start of the day. So right now they're losing a little time to the yellow jerseys, but the yellow jersey might change hands by the end of this stage.
Yeah, well, it does look likely, but just if you saw the pace set by World Bicycle Relief on that descent, having left Orbea Liat Speed Company behind, George Egg and Lucas Baum did reach the top. They reached that USN Hydra Point together with the World Bicycle Relief team, but now there is a gap. So World Bicycle Relief have absolutely put them to the sword. It was a 2 minute and 27 disadvantage, World Bicycle Relief to Buff Megamo, but there's certainly some of that has been eaten away.
Beers and Grotz just a few seconds behind Lucas Baum and Georgega. They cross that little bridge now, and the German pair, there they are, just up the trail. In third and now fourth place, Beers and Grotz on this stage. How this all will affect the general classification will be known in about
5 minutes,
5 minutes or so.
Possibly sooner.
Yeah.
They'll be reaching that 5 kilometer mark. Manly's is the time check at 5Ks to go. And we'll get a sense of where all the riders are, not just on the stage, but on general classification virtually, with still 5Ks to go.
This lovely river trail flowing back towards that gap is just a couple of seconds. Beers and Grotz to the men up front, Egger and Baum of Orbea Liat Speed Company, the 2022 winners, and second place last year to the man behind Matt Beers and his other American partner, Chris Blevins, who took that sensational victory last year after Egger and Baum won the last stage, but had lost too much time on the penultimate day, and as a result lost the overall lead and the chance to win a second consecutive Absa Cape Epic.
Chris Blevins was a great choice of partner for Matt Beers. The likes of Matt Beers, an experienced campaigner at the Absa Cape Epic, and there were question marks with Howard Grotz coming into the race, that it wasn't necessarily as fast as Matt Beers' previous partners, Jordan Saru, former world champion in the cross-country Olympic discipline, and Chris Blevins, a world short track champion. Clearly super fast riders, and Howard Grotz not that type of rider, but certainly holding his own with the 2023 champion.
Well, this is the leaders. We've just seen the second place team on the stage, the yellow jerseys, go through Manly's, and this I think is Alleman and Becking heading towards the finish here at Saronsberg. Great support along the way as they charge along. What a ride by this pair. It was Alleman who set the pace going up the Wagon Trail early on, and they've kept themselves at the sharp end throughout. They have not had any issues today thus far, and as a result find themselves on the brink of claiming a second stage win. Phenomenal riding by Becking and Alleman. Back to the front, the Belgian goes. They've emptied the tanks today for sure.
Yeah, they are aware that it goes, that we're speaking about seconds, so really trying also to squeeze everything out on these last kilometers.
Yeah, 1 minute and 90 seconds, 1 minute and 30 seconds was the gap to the yellow jerseys going into today's stage. So yeah, it can come down to those precious few seconds.
It'll be exciting for the race and for the viewers to have the yellow jersey changing hands. Not necessarily what Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney would want, but it makes for exciting racing. Close racing, and it seems to have been, over the last few years, the field has just got more and more dense, which is great to see in the 20th edition, and it's proving to be possibly even the most competitive ever.
54 UCI registered teams in the men's category, 18 in the women's category, and yeah, it's getting deeper and deeper every year, which shows the magic, the allure of the Absa Cape Epic. Thank you very much. 5 kilometers to go as we are now getting close to the business end of this race. We are in the business end right now, in fact, and they are through that checkpoint. Bart Alleman and Hans Becking. The question is now, what is the gap to the next team coming through?
Well, it's been almost 30 seconds now, 30 seconds exactly now, since the Buff Megamo passed through that time check. Still waiting for the second place team on the trails now. World Bicycle Relief's Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney.
Bart Alleman is absolutely on the edge. He's flicking his elbows and come on, I need you to help me a little bit here, Hans. And he goes to the front. They are.
Look at the dust coming up from the riders. It's it's a completely benign looking trail, but even here something could go wrong. There could be a rock littering what looks like a farm road, and still poses risks. And now Wout Alleman letting Hans Becking take the pace. Wout Alleman has done the lion's share of the work between these two teams and been largely responsible for creating that gap, for driving the pace on that wagon trail, forging their campaign for today and passing through the touch. We've got a time check now at the 5 kilometer to go mark. World Bicycle Relief have gone through in 2 minutes back, 2 minutes and 1 second back to be exact. So that's 30 seconds deficit to the 30 seconds that on the overall general classification. Virtually, if the race were to stop now, the Buff Megamo team would be in the lead by 31 seconds.
And Wout Alleman looking anxiously over his shoulder there to see if he can catch a glimpse of them. They don't know. They aren't aware what that gap is. They just know that the yellow jerseys are coming. They would have perhaps got a word from someone along the trail. They're closing in, and then maybe if someone shouted a gap, it won't be a scientific one, but it'll be something. And it just motivates them to drive the pace as hard as they possibly can.
Well, imagine what's going through the mind of Wout Alleman. If he knew how close he was to taking his first yellow jersey of the Absa Cape Epic, he would be hyper motivated. But it doesn't look like he's not. It looks like he's pressing on. And the grimace of Sebastian Feeney, and also on the face of Nino Schurter, as they look to reduce that deficit. It's not just necessarily the stage that they're after. They want to minimize the time loss. And all credit to this team, the World Bicycle Relief team, and especially credit to Sebastian Feeney for matching Nino Schurter pedal stroke for pedal stroke in their defense of this yellow jersey. The Chivita yellow jerseys on the shoulders of World Bicycle Relief. It looks at the moment, if the race were to stop now, would be taken over by a Buff Megamo.
Yeah, but he saw also now here like very nice as the different pedal strokes. Nino, he has like still like tried to push, has a high stroke, and yeah, Sebastian Feeney behind him. I guess he also now suffers with again for the last kilometers, and but this must be actually the Orbea lead speed company and.
Possibly Beers and
Grotz, yeah.
And this is Beers and Grotz, beg your pardon. Speed Company just up ahead, yep. Beg your pardon.
And Beers powering, I mean, that gap is absolutely just diminishing.
And the yellow jersey's up ahead. Well, this could be a sensational finish here. It looks like it. It is.
Yes, yeah.
It's like a drag race, an amazing shot there from the helicopters and the motorbike riders. Just exactly where we are in the race and who's close to whom, and the corners just causes a bit of it's one of those things when the corners come, there's a bit of a concertina effect, and the riders just with that carrot up ahead with Orbea Lead Speed Company. They can see Nino Schurter, they can see the yellow jerseys, they know what they've got to do. Lucas Baum has his work cut out for him. He has an ailing partner by the looks of things from the body language we've seen out on the trails and from the cameras. George Egger is struggling a little bit. He struggled yesterday with cramps today, but all credit to him. He's still really in the mix at the top end of the field. And the virtual leaderboard, we have it there. The virtual leaderboard just speaks volumes of what's happened today. Another switch of the yellow jersey. Buff Megamo are in the virtual lead, 31 seconds ahead of World Bicycle Relief. 2 minutes and 7 seconds back are Toyota Specialized 91. Orbea Lead Speed Company are riding themselves back into this race. 7 minutes back on virtual general classification, but that is ominously close. And Toyota Specialized 91, although they have a 5.5 minute advantage, it's still, they'll be wary of the team of Egger and Baum.
What a race we've got here. I mean, the stage is now in all likelihood going to be won by the Buff Megamo team, but look at this fight behind going on here. The yellow jerseys, World Bicycle Relief, then behind them Orbea Lead Speed Company and Toyota Specialized 91, and right up ahead the leaders Wout Alleman, and ahead of him Hans Becking. What a drag race.
What a remarkable scene to see the grimacing faces of the three teams all just pulling and as hard as they can, all alone, no advantage of the draft at all, and all in chase of the Buff Megamo team.
Yeah, and you used also just now the word dragon. I also wanted to say, like, we straight dragging roads, and then you see like the team ahead of you. But I mean, it's sometimes also like how far it still is, like, and then you're trying to get closer and closer, and you just don't make it, like, because like they also aware, because they have the helicopter, they hear that the helicopter is a bit behind them, so they know that the other teams are in the neck, and they also trying now really to push and to give everything, but not losing more seconds.
Alleman again to the front there, giving absolutely everything. It is really, really tough. But look at it, there's no more than a couple of 100 meters between these three teams as they close in on the finish.
And each of them are absolutely on the limit. They just wish that they could just get an extra 5 watts. They would give anything for an extra 5 watts just to make that catch. And absolute all-out effort. Let's say it's the scene of the racing today, the scene of the day, to see those three teams, those three chasing teams, desperate to get back into contention.
Just when you think, oh, that gap seems to be closing, it's either it doesn't grow much, it just stays the same, it stays the same, it stays the same. And that's the drama here. These 8 athletes giving absolutely everything, emptying their tanks as they chase not only the stage win for the leaders up front, but the closer to the yellow jersey, the hold on the yellow jersey.
And what you just saw now also, like the other teams, the World Cycling Relief team, and also the Orbea Speed company. So way changing the position with the leading pair, but with Matt Beers and Grotz, it's just Matt Beers who is actually like, because Howard Grotz wouldn't be actually able to give a nice windshield to Matt Beers.
Beers stands significantly taller than Howard Grotz and provides a great shield for him as they turn and power on Wout Alleman and his partner Hans Becking. This is the race village now, and they are on the verge of claiming another stage win here. Team Buff Megamo, the Spanish team who've come out here with a team in top form, the European champion in Wout Alleman and the Dutch champion Hans Becking, have put together a stage to remember here. One right turn in here. They've been going flat out since the base of that descent. They're onto the lawns of Saronsberg here. Team Buff Megamo in the white and the European champions jersey. It is Wout Alleman, and alongside him Hans Becking, the Dutch champion. Stage number 2 for them this year, and a sensational win all the way around the Witzenberg Valley and back to the finish here at Saronsberg. Now the clock ticks. Will they take the yellow jerseys as reward for their efforts today?
Well, let's keep an eye on that clock at 4 hours and 5 minutes and 44 seconds. We're watching to see what the rest of the teams are doing, and just a little bit of a way back, we saw them pass through that time check let's just have a quick look. The time check of at the 93-kilometer mark. Canyon CD were 5th at the time check, 5 minutes and 22 seconds back off the pace set by Buff Megamo.
This is the drama that's unfolding right behind them. It is closing in now. Look at this for second place today, and the yellow jersey. It is the yellow jersey wearers up ahead. Then it is Orbea Speed Company, and then Toyota Specialized 91 Beers and Grotz. They're in the grounds of Saronsberg now. They're going around the olive orchards and then heading to the finish. You can see the marquees on the right-hand side. One right-hand turn along the fence line and then into the finish. Grotz is battling to stay on the wheel of the powerhouse, the train that is Matt Beers, who eases up a little now. Up ahead of them, it's Ego, who's perhaps struggling to stay with his power partner, Lucas Baum. And up ahead of them, it's the yellow jerseys, Nino Schurter and his partner, Sebastian Finney, who've been holding on to that yellow jersey. Perhaps it might be slipping from their shoulders today, but it's going to be mighty close. The dust clouds fly as the power is down on those pedals. One turn now for the yellow jerseys. Schurter and Finney into the grounds now, leaving nothing behind. They're powering to the finish. Finney on the front, the Danish champion. The legend that is Nino Schurter behind him. The yellow jersey still on their shoulders. Will they be at the end of the today? They finished second today, and I think they may well have lost those yellow jerseys by some seconds. And behind them, Obeer Leert Speed Company will take third place on the day by a couple of seconds from the Toyota Specialized 91 pair of Matt Beers and Howard Grotz. What a day's racing, what drama from start to finish.
Well, what an absolute scene that we saw there with that chase that was going on. This wasn't just a race for the stage and for podium time on the stage. It was also for overall general classification and time loss, trying to limit the time loss to Buff Megamo, the rampaging team of Hans Becking and Wout Alleman. Some fantastic work and scenes of huge and absolute all-out effort. That is George Egger having had another tough day out, and Lucas Baum pulling his partner, and tremendous performance from the Germans and living up to their promise. And right back in the mix, they are where it really counts, at the sharp end of the field. After two, wouldn't say bad days, but lackluster days that disappointed them for sure. And we are going to be in for a treat coming towards the end of the week as this team start to hit their stride. Obeer Leert Speed Company, George Egger and Lucas Baum.
What a day.
George Egger right now.
From the beginning.
Can't wait to hear from the riders.
I think if you just have to follow the leaders for 2 hours, it's quite easy towards the end. I think tactically more clever, and we opt for the mix there. Yeah, we felt good during the race, and yeah, I'm excited for the next days.
It looks like you're becoming stronger every day. George, how was it?
Limit all day long, more or less. But yeah, I'm quite happy with the outcome now. Yeah, that's like from the days before. No. Yeah, so I think I'm suffering more than Lucas at the moment, but I tried to hold on with that guy, and maybe I become stronger towards the end. So the last times it worked out quite well towards the end for me, so we'll see.
In the beginning you have been pushing hard too, together with the Buff Megamo team.
No, Lucas was in the front. I was suffering all the time in the back, like every climb.
You as a team did.
Yeah, well, yeah. So we had like our arms around the whole bunch of leading. He was leading in the front, and I was like catching the guys back in the back. Yeah. So no, I was suffering from the first climb on, but sometimes I felt quite good in between, but then suffer again, and the final climb was limit. So I'm quite happy how I did the downhill quite well. I even catched Scott or what bicycle relief, almost catch them back. So because we punctured in the beginning, and then we at the bottom we had been almost on the wheels again. So yeah, I think the downhill was good, but climbing not too good at the moment. But
such a tight finish again at the end. All the teams came together again for the GC.
Yeah, I mean, for us it's super unfortunate. I mean, if we could have dropped them, it would be way better, because we have to get some time back. The others are still comfortable, so we are no big fear for them at the moment, but we try to get one for them.
We'll see more from you, I'm sure for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're going to get Howie.
Canyon City across the line now. That is the pair of Andreas Seerwold and Mark Stutzman.
What a day again.
And they will cross the line in
it was
fifth.
Crazy. It started out pretty good, and then, I don't know, a bunch of teams had bad luck, including us, but yeah, everyone was fighting really strong today.
Yeah, there were some small gaps in between the teams all the time. Everybody was fighting for his own, and at the end it came all together just before the finish again.
Yeah, it was a drag race to the line. Yeah, just hectic racing.
Tell us a bit about the terrain. Sometimes on TV it looks very smooth, but it's absolutely not.
Yeah, a lot of the terrain today was pretty loose, rocky, so it takes some power to get over it, and it just adds up over the course of the day.
And that last Wagon Trail coming down to the finish?
That was pretty dusty, and just wanted to stay safe there and get to the line. Yeah.
But you made it safely to the line, and also in a good race and a good result as well. Congrats with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's just an old one.
Thanks, Howie. Appreciate your time, mate.
Matt Piers' partner involved in the drama today. They finished in 4th place, just 10 seconds behind 2nd place, but 2 minutes and 12 seconds behind the stage winners, Buff Megamo, who will, for the first time, wear the yellow jerseys going into stage number 3.
Yeah, remarkable performance from Wout Alleman and Hans Becking. And it is a first for them, a first for the race to see this pairing. A new pairing, in fact, Wout Alleman, Hans Becking. Wout Alleman rode for the Willier team previously, and now he's met his match. They've got a great team dynamic going as the Canyon CD team, along with Singer and Willier. Talking of Willier team, they are together. So when the dust has settled, we'll be able to see exactly where each team is on general classifications. We expect to see more from the Willier Victoria team today, and also from the Canyon CD team. But looks like they have preserved at least some of their time. They haven't lost too much time to the overall leaders.
Need to have a smooth
They
day.
are marathon specialists that should come good
kind of
later
had
in
some
the
wheel
week.
problems, and lucky it was only 10Ks that we had to kind of deal with it. But yeah, still have to chase a lot, but it's fine. We minimize the damage.
Yeah, at the end, it all came together again after many technical problems for some of the teams.
Yeah, I think we all had almost something, you know. It's a rugged day, and it's kind of luck if you don't have any problems. But yeah, I think like you said, we all kind of came together at the end. Just Buff Megamo, they had a clean day and they rode well. So.
But if I see the teams riding so fast from the beginning, do you have to pay for that in the next days? Do you going to feel your legs tomorrow?
I'm sure at this point there's no real conserving. You know, it's just everyone is racing full gas, and it's 8 days. So.
And stopping at water points is not into it this year.
No, not this year. Maybe when I retire.
You just missed the podium. That's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, but we've been, we've had 2 podiums already, so can't be too greedy. It happens, and I think considering everything, 4th is not too bad.
For GC, it still looks very, very good.
Yeah, I think GC we should still be on the podium. I think we've actually increased. Well, we've shuffled around a little bit, but I mean that's what matters at the end.
Yeah, probably Buff Megamo are the new leaders, what I heard.
Okay, well done to them. Chapeau.
But you did a good job too.
Thank
Congrats
you.
for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Can I have a quick chat?
Blumo Petrus and Karl Nick from the Czech Republic, and Philip Bass and Peter de Toy from Page Eurosteel, the top finishing African team today, and they will no doubt inherit the Absa African jersey, the red jersey, because the holders of that, Honeycomb Pro Cycling, Mark Pritz and Tristan Lokier, well, when last checked, they were way down, almost 7-8 minutes down behind them. So there will be a change in that jersey.
And 2 changes in 3 days. Well, the first, so it's been on different. It'll be on different shoulders tomorrow, and
good racing.
3 days. It's exciting racing for sure. We expected a tough battle in the Absa Africa jersey, and we're certainly going to get several super talented all African teams in the mix.
Yeah, just to inform those who may not know, there is a category for all African-based teams. In other words, both riders from the continent of Africa. Predominantly South Africa, but there are Namibians involved as well, and Zimbabweans, Alex Miller, and he's a Namibian champion, and Johan van Sail, for example. They should be finishing fairly shortly. Have a look there at the results of stage 2. It tells one story, but only a fraction of what went on today. We caught a news there that Adrian Baum had a puncture as well at some stage. So, as Matt Beer said, everyone had issues except Hans Becking and Wout Alleman. They got through clean on the day and were rewarded for that with a win by 2 minutes and 2 seconds over World Bicycle Relief Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney, who had a puncture early on before the climb. Egger and Baum seemed to have theirs late on, and Beers and Grotz had a puncture in the Witzenberg Valley. Siewert and Stutzman, their best day so far, really. Cannondale City, 5:42 down, and their teammates Stosek and Vakoc just behind them. Steve John and Hartman, Singer Racing in 7th place. A good day for them. Fabian Rabenstein and Samuel Poro early showing on the climb, but faded late on to be 7:35 down. Sergio Mantecan Gutierrez and Pavel Bernas in 9th place. In closing the top 10, Jose Diaz, Hans Becking's former partner, and Megamo 2 with Enrique Mosillo Vergara in 10th place, 7:47. All very close, though, all the way through the day.
A bit of a move down on the general classification. Fabian Rabensteiner and Samuel Poro having conceded time to Orbia Liat Speed Company.
Wow, you said the dust settled. I don't know if it ever will settle on this race. It just delivers drama and excitement and enthralling racing all the way through.
It was a thrilling race indeed, and we saw the drag race between the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place teams as they were heading through. And now we're back with the women's category. We see the Chiavita orange leaders jerseys of the Ghost Factory Racing team and the Cannondale Factory Racing team very much in touch.
And while we still had actually pictures from the men's finish, I had already a peep on the last results or the last checkpoint, and it seems like that Vera Losa and Alexis Scorda had catched up with the leading 3 teams. So there's now a group of 4 which actually came together through the last checkpoint.
That's an excellent ride from Vera and Alexis, who were in trouble on the climb going up. We saw them stop briefly to fix what looked like a mechanical, but this is looking like the leaders, the Cannondale Factory Racing and Ghost Factory Racing. A little bit of a gap back to Nicole Kohler, but that is the leading 2 teams in the women's race at the moment as they make their way towards the descent down into the valley. So our women's race is unfolding in front of us here. Just to recap, going back after the drama, the women have also had issues here, and it looks like that the front quartet of 2 teams is not far ahead of the following team, who could well be Toyota Specialized 91 and Efficient Infinity SCB SRAM are in close proximity as well. At the start of that, Ghost Factory Racing at a 1 minute and 6 second lead over Cannondale Factory Racing, with Toyota Specialized 91 6 minutes and 12 seconds down, and Scorda and Losa 10 minutes and 15 down at the start of the day. But they seem to be having a better day today for the defending champion Vera Losa, riding this year with Alexis Scorda, the American champion. Her partner from last year, Kim LeCourt, has moved on to things on the road and is doing pretty well on the road in Europe at the moment. And they, in fact, Losa and LeCourt won the Swiss Epic last year as well. So a very, very good combination. All together now.
It seems that the chasing team, they are, or teams, they are just a few seconds behind here, these 2 leading teams.
Well, it seems that there's an encouraging sign for Mona Mitterwalner fans that she's on the front and pushing the pace and keeping the Ghost Factory Racing team honest. And the Ghost Factory Racing team, of course, in those orange leaders jerseys, with the Cannondale Factory Racing team in contention and looking to do one better than their yesterday's performance, 2nd place, and of course in the prologue 2nd place. And it looks like Mona Mitterwalner has found her legs. She struggled in the heat in the prologue, and Candice Lill making sure that all is kept even, and even after their puncture woes earlier on, with Candice Lill getting back to the leading groups as quickly and as efficiently as possible with the least amount of fuss. All credit to them. Back at the front end of the field, Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler riding with Mona Mitterwalner and the South African champion Candice Lill.
A quartet of women leading this stage 2 on the 2024 Absa Cape Epic as we close in on the final descent of the stage. A drop down the Wagon Trail, a trail that they rode up early this morning, and they've done a full loop of the Witzenberg Valley and are making their way up the western slopes of the Witzenberg Mountains, if you were from the valley side anyway, and then they'll head down the far side and into the Tilbach Bowl to complete the stage. We've seen the men's race completed, or the elite section of the men's race. Those teams are rolling into the finish or charging into the finish, and very shortly we'll be watching our leading women's teams. And there's 1 minute and 6 seconds between the two teams on the front at the start of the day, and it may change after the descent, because that is a very technical and fast descent. Now, Stefan Sam has some news and update for us. I think Stefan's down at the finish. Stefan.
Stefan, you have seen the whole race. If I look to your face, you have been following the riders from very close by.
Yeah, I've seen everything from behind, as you can see in my face. It's eating a lot of dust. I mean, I have the best seat in the race. I can watch everyone. And there was
what happened in the beginning?
There was already a lot of drama, I think, on the Wagon Trail uphill. Like some were struggling to get the rhythm, but it's also very difficult to get something there. Everything's bumpy, everything stops your momentum. But it's like 3 groups together managed to go over the top, and then a little gap, and then 3 more groups, and they were like chasing each other through the valley all the time. And then I heard that the yellow jersey had an early puncture, and I actually didn't expect them to come back. Because to get to all the traffic, it's crazy, especially when you puncture that early. But then, like at kilometer 25 or close to 30, they were almost back to the front group, like 200 meters up a hill. But then the front guys, I think they saw who was coming and pushed it a bit more. And also I think Nino and Sebastian, they lost a lot of energy with the chase back. So, but yeah, they just kept it going and like managing the gap.
Yeah, what I saw as well, I mean, with Megamo, they did an incredible ride. Wout Allemans, for example, he was pushing hard constantly.
Yes.
I mean, it cost for them also a lot of energy, but it paid off at the end. It paid off. I mean,
but I mean, if you smell the yellow jersey, you have to go.
Hans Becking's birthday, a better present you can't wish.
Happy birthday, Hans! Nice.
No, I mean, but also if you see the teams, actually, there were some gaps in between, but they pushed so hard. But I think, how is it possible for them to manage it till the finish, and then at the end, they're coming together almost again for the second, third place in GC.
The problem is that you don't see the other team. Like once you're up in the valley, everything is so windy, all the single track. You have to focus on the trail, and you can't get a glimpse of where the other teams are. So
and not really like coaching from someone on the side. You are on your own.
Some people give time gaps, but also then you can't really rely on it because you don't know. It's difficult to really get a reference where you are in the race.
And then what I saw when the pros came down already, some of the amateurs still had to go up.
It was
nice
like
some spectators on the side, but I mean, it was quite tricky, wasn't it?
Felt like a Tour de France stage with some spectators.
It must be a hard day for them too.
Can you imagine going up now?
Yeah, it's 10-15 degrees warmer than it was this morning.
Well, big respect for the amateur riders as well.
And a big respect for you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're looking great.
I'm having fun.
An insight from Bart Brentons and Stefan Sam, who was on the Bullsmealy e-bike with that leading men's race. And now we are focusing on the Aramex women's race, and the leading team, Ghost Factory Racing, just starting to tighten the noose a little bit here through Anna Terpstra. She's put in a little bit of an effort on this climb, and Mona Mittenweiler not too panicked. She's just on her wheel, and Candice Dill and Terpster's got to be just a little aware that Nicole Kohler is drifting a little bit off the back of the wheel of Candice Lill. Heading down towards this technical descent, and well, not far behind them. And this is an excellent ride by the specialized team. It's Samara Shepherd at the back, and she's being led by Sofia Gomez-Villafan of the Specialized 91. So they're very much in the frame as well here. And we are led to believe that Vera Loss and Alexis Skara are not far behind as well. So we may well see them pop into the frame on the descent.
Oh, just a quick recap on that time check at the 70-kilometer mark. That's before they ascended up to the Hydra Point at the 80-kilometer mark before the Wagon Trail. So just before the final rise of the day, more or less. The Ghost Factory Racing team and Toyota Specialized 91, together with Cannondale Factory Racing, the three teams, and also with them, as we mentioned before, Vera Loza and Alexis Skada. Great performance now coming good in the as the race week starts to develop. And now the elastic has snapped, and Ghost Factory Racing and Cannondale Factory Racing are in the lead, heading down. So the gaps, there was a bit of a it looks like a 51-second gap from the time checks back to E-Fort Private Client Holdings, Nina Giro and Haley Preen. Great performance. They've really had a good week out, and fantastic performance so late in the stage to be so close to being in touch with the leaders.
This should be a sight, because we've got some of the finest cross-country racers in the world racing down the descent. When they get to it, it's Mona Mittenval is a double the World Cup winner, and Terpster's won World Cups. We've got Candice Lill, who makes a living out of racing World Cups, and Nicole Kohler likewise. So this should be a fascinating tussle going down the trail.
An interesting positioning that they are they're mixed, the teams, which means that there's one rider from one team and then the other rider from the next team, so that there is not a pairing. So that it's unlikely we'll see, if the positioning of the riders continues as it is, there's unlikely to be any gaps. And if there are any gaps, the riders will be obliged by the rules to rejoin their partners, because there is, of course, that 2-minute rule. Riders are not permitted to be separated by more than 2 minutes out on the field.
We go back to Saronsberg and the finish for the podium presentation in the men's elite race. And a really battling day by Georg Egger and Lucas Baum. Georg Egger saying, well, previous years he got stronger as the week goes on, and he was hoping that it would be the same this year. It'll have to be if they're going to have a chance to get to the top. Well, there we go. Albeit Speed Company haven't been called up yet, but second place, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Fili of the World Bicycle Relief. There we go. Egger and Baum on the podium. Their first podium of this year's Absa Cape Epic.
The winners of stage 1 and winning stage 2. Bart Megamore, Hans Becking and Wout Alleman.
Wout Alleman and Hans Becking up onto the top step for the second day in a row. A fantastic marathon stage for them. For 2 days in a row here at Tilbach. They'll remember Saronsberg with fondness as they celebrate another stage win.
They've certainly written their names into the history books. A great birthday present for Hans Becking. Both of the riders, Alleman and Hans Becking, are epic legends. Not just legends, but epic legends, having finished over 3 of the Epic Series races, including the Absa Cape Epic. And really reaching the pinnacle of the sport today, wearing the yellow jersey, the coveted Chivita leaders jerseys on the race, going into stage 3.
Yep, they'll get those presented to them very shortly. The race village here buzzing and bubbling now, although there are not as many people around as there will be later on today when the bulk of the field start making their way in here, and judging by them going up the trail, it will be quite late this afternoon. Well, what a moment for Buff Megamo. They can't wait to get on the top step. Wout Alleman and Hans Becking. First time ever for this pair of Hans Becking and Wout Alleman as a pair here at the Absa Cape Epic and as a team here at this year's race in the yellow jerseys, Hans Becking and Wout Alleman. A proud moment for them in the Juvita yellow jerseys.
Certainly career goals for them, one ticked off. Even though there's a long way to go, it's still a big honor just to wear this jersey.
They're loving it.
And they would love to be keep standing there as long as they possibly can. But they will want to get back into their recovery routine to recover for the big week to come.
Let's go to the finish, and Bart Brenchens has Nino Schurter with him.
Sebastian Finney, a hard day in the office.
Yeah, for sure. We had the front flat after 8K, just at the bottom of the climb. Probably the worst place we could have a flat. It was still a big group together, so it was a hard chase. The flat section on top is not suiting Nino and I would say, with the big guys in front. So we tried to keep it steady and do our own pace. Yeah, and I think in the end we managed quite well. A few other teams was also a bit unlucky, but it's part of the game, and we fought all the way to the finish line.
But then on a certain point, you almost came back to the Buff Megamo team.
Yeah, we were chasing hard, but it was tough. We were all alone on top of in the flats. It was a hard day, definitely. Also, the uphill we had to pass so many teams was not ideal. So it was definitely a bit an unlucky and hard day. But yeah, we tried our best, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, new leaders, but anyway, you lost. You were only 30 seconds on a second place, at least second or third. I don't know exactly, but I mean the GC is wide open. Sometimes, yeah, you have to deal with the conditions you're dealing with.
Yeah, definitely. It's a part of the game. It's 8 days, and yeah, we just have to keep fighting every day. And maybe the other teams are unlucky another day, and I think we feel still strong. So if we do that, and if we don't have any mechanicals, still everything is open.
But you guys make it easy for each other. I mean, the teams fighting against each other from the first kilometer on it, and that's hard. And you will pay for that in the next days, you expect?
Yeah, we try to work as good as possible together, and yeah, today I think we managed again really well, even with the difficult conditions. And yeah, we try our best. It's still a long way, and the race is still open. We are just I think 30 seconds now behind in second. So yeah, we will the next days. It's not tomorrow, but the day after's Wellington and Stellenbosch. A lot of trails. I think on trails.
You love Stellenbosch.
I love Stellenbosch, but I like also trails, and I think we are pretty fast on the trail sections, and there's a lot of trails coming up.
So the GC is still wide open. Good luck, guys, for the rest of the week.
Thank you so much.
Just a little note for his rivals. The trails are coming, and we just love those trails. Tomorrow's a transition day, slightly different tomorrow, but the next 4 days will be trail laden. Now, focus on this. The Toyota Tough section and the leading women charging down here. Interestingly, Sabine, they've split into one rider from one team, another from another, and so on. So makes it an interesting descent.
I guess it's also a bit of tactic. So that the Cannondale factory team actually tried that Mona goes first into this trail section, so that she in a way can dictate the speed and that she can ride her pace. Ours, I almost believe that if the Ghost girls who could have stayed together in the front, that we would have pulled away.
Would it not have been for the team chasing, for the Cannondale team, an opportunity for Lille to get behind Middenwall and try and put the Ghost team under pressure?
Yeah, it's just if you see the four, so Mona is definitely not the strongest here in descending or in the with the technical skills, and the risk that she can now in a way just ride her pace, and just that, because losing more time in a descent, that is would be the worst of what could happen, and it just maybe didn't happen that Candice managed to get still also beyond or passing
front of Anne.
passing Anne here. Yeah.
Well, it's Mitterweiler on the front there, then it's Terpstra, Lil and Kohler behind, charging down this amazing trail. It really is a wonderful, wonderful piece of trail. And they get to experience it twice, once up and once down. A lot more enjoyable coming down it than going up it, I'm sure. And once they get on the flats, well, as I said, there's only a minute and 6 seconds between these two teams on general classification, so there might be seconds to be gained by Cannondale Factory Racing on the run to the line.
It'll be another interesting sprint finish, and there are no bonus seconds at the finish like we have seen in the road. It really would be purely for line honours, and Mitterweiler and Candice Lill, they haven't won a stage so far at the race. Mitterweiler's debut at the race. Candice Lill knows exactly, she's tasted victory before, she knows exactly what it's like, she knows how to win a stage, and see how it all plays out at the finish. But still a long way to go. The riders won't be even thinking about the finish, they'll be thinking about step by step. They won't think about winning, they'll think about just getting down this descent as in all in one piece, air in the tires, no crashes, and of course no risks. We said it in the race briefing, and it applies as is evidenced by the mechanicals we saw in the men's category. It's absolutely a no risk day for sure, to just preserve those hopes going into the rest of the race week. Still lots of big days to come.
Yeah, in two days time, actually, when we also have the Queen stage, that would be a day which suits Mona very well, and I expect actually on I expect on that day that we're trying to make a big move.
Put that into context, that's 9 kilometers shorter than today's stage, but some 800 meters more to climb. I mean, that really is a very, very tough climb indeed, a very, very tough day indeed. 3,000 meters of climbing. Today was 2,200. So that's the perspective of the Queen stage, telling stage indeed. This physically demanding, coming down. I mean, we got a perspective a short while ago. They've been riding down for nearly 3 minutes, and you look down, the base of the valley is still a long, long way away. So it does take a physical toll on you, this.
Yeah, it always works on you. You need to also you need to let your handlebars a bit go, that you don't cramp in your forearms. So it's like a nice flowing riding kind of. It sounds now a bit crazy what I say, but yeah, if you hold actually your handlebar too tight, so that actually then when it happens that your forearm cramps, and you have to have the handlebar under control, but also in a way let it go.
Yeah, a little loose, just
loose
firm
holding,
but loose, yeah. And so that you don't cramp. So let's go back down to the finish line, and Bart is speaking to the yellow jerseys.
Hans, you gave yourself the best birthday you could wish, or is it Wout who did it?
Yeah, I think a big part of the birthday cake was from Wout. Yeah, the last 10 kilometers he dragged me to the finish. I was shouting at him to don't kill me, but yeah, I think the luck was on our side today. Is the Cape Epic. We just rode through, basically stayed in the front, and then there we were, the last climb solo, and giving out us all, and yeah, I'm super proud.
Another stage win in a yellow jersey. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's not just our performance today. I think it's the hard work from Buff over the years. We everywhere went to the Cape Epic with a lot of dreams, and yeah, this is just us giving back all the support we have from them, from all the sponsors. And yeah, it's a special birthday I will remember for a long time, even if it cost me 2 years of my life.
What I saw, you were pushing really hard. When you had the gap, I mean, you were incredibly strong today.
Yeah, I knew that it would be maybe possible to take the yellow jersey, and from that moment I didn't feel my legs anymore until we came at the top of the last climb. It became really hot, and I also started to suffer a little bit. But It was just a crazy day, and I'm super happy. And you know, to do this with Hans, one of my best friends, it's just amazing.
How do you communicate during the race? Do you feel how Hans is riding, how Wout is riding? What do you tell to each other?
Actually, when he stops joking is the moment that I have to slow down. So no, we are working really well together and we communicate really well, and I think it's the key to success here. And yeah, what can I say more? Nothing. It's just.
I was a bit mean to you today. I shouted at him like 2-4 times.
Our friendship was a little bit on the limit today. No, but really nice day.
When I saw you guys coming over the top, the Wagon Trail down, there were still some amateurs who had to go up this climb.
No, they were there to wish me a good happy birthday.
Was it support?
Was support. There were fans. They wanted to see us live. Yeah, I think we went a bit too fast. But I think they were really supportive and going on the side for us, and I think they had some good live action with some flying idiots going down the hill. So
then they know how fast you really go.
I think so. Yeah, I think they are still in the dust somewhere up there.
It must be a very hard day, but you managed it in a good way. Another stage win in the yellow jersey. Good luck for tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hans Becking and Wout Alleman talking about their day out there today. So this is a general classification after 2 days. 32 seconds between Buff Megamo and World Bicycle Relief in the overall standings. A turnaround after Buff Megamo were 1 minute and 30 seconds behind at the start of the day in third place. In second at the start of the day were Beers and Grotz, are now down in third, 152 down, so they lost 42 seconds to the leaders. George Gaogega and Lucas Baum, 7 minutes and 25, so they've leaked a few more minutes or a bit more time. It was 6:48 at the start of today. Fabian Ravenstein and Samueli Poro, 8:30. And Andreas Sevold and Mark Stutzman now 13 minutes and 7 seconds down for Canyon City in sixth place.
Well, I've still got my eye on Matthew Beers and Howard Grotz, because if you look at historical data in 2023 after stage 2, Matt Beers and his partner Christopher Blevins were 7 minutes back, 7 minutes 44 to be exact. So that deficit of under 2 minutes means that they're still very much in contention. The former winner, or the defending champion Matthew Beers, is still very much in the mix.
Absolutely, you cannot discount anyone here, as we know the drama that can unfold. We saw it only too graphically last year in both the men's and women's races, and both those races turned on their heads in the last day and a half. Mona Mitterweiler going down the valley and down into the valley on the Wagon Trail with Ann Terpstra behind her. She looks behind and makes sure that her partner, Nicole Kohler, who's the fourth rider in this quartet, is safe and sound. She is, no problem at all. Between them is Candice Lill, the South African champion, partner of Mona Mitterweiler of Cannondale Factory Racing. They're doing it smoothly, they're doing it well, which is what matters most at this stage. They're going to come up to some slow riders just ahead of them here. This will be interesting. Well, what's the etiquette here, Sabine, for the ladies, for the girls?
So you call towards this slower group and ahead of you, but normally there should be also like a leading a motorbike or something in front of them, so that this slow man team, that they can go aside. So they should definitely don't block the ladies. Yeah.
Getting down to the base of the it almost looks as though Mona's just holding on a little here, just saying, well, we'll find the opportunity to get past them, and now they will probably do so. But you've also got to be very, very wary of the surface, of course, as we heard from the riders coming down here. It is a very rough and loose trail. There we go. One of the riders jumps off, and the other follows his partner's example. Well done. It's good riding etiquette, and they'll now jump on their bikes and try and stay with the women for a little while to get a feel of what it's like to ride with these top women.
Exactly, and so we're good to get a rider's eye view of this. They are obliged by the rules of the race not to interfere with the women's racing. It is part of the rule list, and But they have got to see the world's best right in front of them.
He tries a bit to stay.
Yeah, he's got to be careful, hasn't he? He doesn't want to overdo it.
You could just here to take the foot out around the corner. Yeah.
And the TV cameras are on him now, so he could get himself in a spot bother, but he's left his partner behind. So we focused on the 4 women up front. No sign of the third team in this Toyota Specialized 91, Sophia Gomez-Villafan and Samara Shepherd. Or of the Efficient Infinity SEB SRAM pair of Vera Losa, the defending champion, and Alexis Skada. Off the Wagon Trail now. And now we may see things, the dynamic change a little. Mona Mitterweiler has led all the way down the trail. In fact, she was leading on the ridge line as well. And Terpstra just behind her. And Candice Lill and then the second of the Ghost Factory races, Nicole Kohler. So will it change now?
Well, these teams just seem so evenly matched. Despite the woes of Mona Mitterweiler, she did struggle in the heat on the prologue. But certainly that seems to be behind them now, with Mitterweiler, the Austrian, on the front, the 2-time world champion. And with these two teams, the Canada Factory Racing team and the Ghost Factory Racing team, they are very well matched. There's some great symbiosis in the Ghost Factory Racing team between Terpstra and Nicole Kohler. Both highly decorated riders. Terpstra having won 2 World Cups, and impressive performance from them at a completely different format of racing, multi-day and long marathon stages, and holding the Canada Factory Racing at bay. And overall general classification, just a reminder that Canada Factory Racing are 1 minute and 6 seconds back, with Toyota Specialized 91's Villafana and Shepherd at 6 minutes and 12 seconds back. They're off the pace today. They were very much in contention at that 70-kilometer mark, but dropping off shortly before the descent, the Toyota Tough section. In fact, on that rise, that tricky rise up to the USN Hydro Point.
Well, we've seen it before, the likes of Sina Fry and Laura Stigger to step into the Absa Cape Epic at the first time of asking and absolutely dominate the race. They were quite phenomenal in the year. They won every stage and they just rode away from everyone. So, yeah, they are not the first to show that the cross-country racers are every bit up for the challenge of riding an 8-day mountain bike stage race here at the Absa Cape Epic. Nicole Kohler and Terpstra. Now let's go to the finish and hear from the leaders in the men's amateur race, a pair of riders from Latvia.
We grow together.
The leaders in the amateur category, how was it today?
We are cooked. You see, we are kind of big riders. We are from Latvia, standard Latvians. And so the first climb was hard for us, but we enjoyed this upper part. This is quite fast. You need a good flow on the uphills, and of course last downhill was also crazy. Like my arms was like really tired, but last part was like full gas to the finish, and I hope it's a good result.
What's the most difficult in the Absa Cape Epic? Is it the heat? Is it the terrain?
Well, for me, definitely, it's the heat. Yeah, it's so hot, and then in the first part of the day it's quite easy, but then after 2-3 hours it starts to be so hard.
And your finish is even before 12, but imagine most of the riders, they will finish around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, they are real heroes. It's so hard. They are stronger than us. It's so difficult for them.
Like mental game. Like you just need to think about nutrition, hydration. We also stopped 2 times because of the water. You just need cold water, and it really helps.
What about the bikes? Do they survive? Is it hard for the bikes? How do you maintain everything?
We have suspension bikes from the Scott Fullies, so now it's working quite well. And yeah,
but you have a professional support around you?
Actually, no, I don't have any mechanic. We are 2 of us and our friend, which is helping with driving and cooking and stuff like that.
So even more respect. in these conditions.
Yeah, thank you.
And I mean, you are not a real professional athlete, or are you?
No, we are not. Actually, we were skiers a lot of years before, and just we do mountain biking for 10-15 years.
But you combine your career as an athlete with a profession. And what is that?
Actually, I was a biathlete. I was in the Olympic Games like 6 years ago. So I'm good on skis. So that's why we are so like big muscles, upper body, and it helps definitely on the stones. You're stronger upper part, and yeah.
And your average amount of training in the last few months before the Epic, how many hours a week?
15 to 20. It was quite professional for us, because normally we train a little bit less, but for the Cape Epic you need this preparation, and then we did 2 camps, and then did a lot of training in winter time.
And this is able to combine with your normal profession?
It's tough. Of course, it takes a lot of time of our families, also from the job, but they understand us and what it takes. And yeah, it seems it helps. So it should be all come together: family, job, and of course luck.
An interesting story. So far it pays off, and I wish you good luck for the rest of the week. It's still a long way to go to the finish.
Yeah, thank you. We need to survive.
Thank you, guys.
Well, really fascinating. The Latvian wannabe pro cyclists, that's the name of their team. Loris Pernins and Oskars Musniks from Latvia, one of them a winter Olympian on the skis, so biathletes. So clearly they've got the strength, and they finished 28th today. Bearing in mind there are 54 UCI pro teams, they are right in the mix there.
Yeah, and we spotted them in the prologue setting some amazing times in the early part of the day. And the Latvian pair are leading the amateur men's category. You saw them in the Civita leaders jerseys, the white leaders jerseys, and they were interesting hearing from them talking about the race from an amateur perspective, and talking about what it's like off the bike and their recovery routine, and also refueling on the bike. We saw they were wearing their hydration packs. In fact, they were wearing their Usui hydration packs, and there is, in fact, a special new thing to the race, a new addition to the race. There is a hydration pack refueling station at the water points. So a special feature for the riders who are wearing hydration packs. Great to see new evolutions in the race, especially as the top professionals are wearing hydration packs. We saw the Ghost Factory Racing wearing their hydration packs earlier on, perhaps so that they could stay hydrated on the wagon climb, where it's really difficult to take a drink, taking advantage of the benefits of wearing a hydration pack.
Now let's go back to Bart, who's got the leaders in the Masters category. Some familiar faces here.
Stand by.
Karl Platt, Tommy Misser, leaders in the Masters category. How is it going after 2 stages, actually? The prologue and then 2 stages done.
Yeah, it's been a perfect start for us. The prologue was already good, very good. Yesterday was very good, and today we had a flat tire in the beginning, so we had to catch up the group again. It was a bit of traffic, but now we had really good legs, and I knew the terrain like, I don't know, no one else, and I knew exactly we had to go fast and relax, so we could manage to win today again, and we had so much fun in the last downhill, but you can't believe.
Tommy, tell us about the last downhill.
Well, super hard, but super fun. It's incredible because I think the last riders are going up walking, and it's destroyed. There are no lines, it's all the rocks moving, but it's super fun. With this guy, I can thinking about if he's behind me or not, because always he's behind me. And I push as fast as I can to the end.
What's the difference in the second team in GC? Do you know?
Actually, today I think something changed. So Mike Postumus and Craig Uriah, they had some problems, I think, on the climbs. And Pavel Gonda and his partner, I think they moved up into second today. They were hanging in for quite a long time and pushing as well. But on the right move, we could make a little difference.
What's the secret of your success?
Having fun. I think it's having fun.
Yeah, having fun and being friends. I mean, I know Tommy since 30 years. He was a hero for me when I was a downhiller.
Was a downhiller.
Yeah.
Really?
I was also a downhiller in the early days as junior. And
you won 5 times Cape Epic.
Yeah, later I won the 5 times the Cape Epic. No, but I think really the secret is to stay relaxed, not to overcook anything, and just just take it as it is. I mean, last year Tommy had some problems. We lost on the first day 45 minutes, and then we said, hey, we're here to have fun. And then we won the race in the end. So I think this year is the same, and we laugh all the time, and I think that's the secret.
And what about the amateurs? What do you have to tell them? What do they have to do to make the Absa Cape Epic to a good end?
Well, for me, coming here to the Absa Cape Epic is to be shared with all the riders, top riders to amateur riders. Everybody enjoy it, and I think for sure they are the best tracks in the world here for riding cross country.
Have you seen the temperature on your bike device, on your Garmin? How much it was?
No, better not. But I was
25,
I was
like that, no?
25 plus 10. No, but I felt today after 2 hours I felt thirsty all the time, and I wish I could get a beer somewhere at the water point. But no one had a beer.
Even not at the feed zone.
Not at the feed zone.
But I mean, you finished just before 12. But these amateurs, they finished the race around 3 o'clock or maybe at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
The warmest moment of the day.
Respect. Yeah, very respect for the people that arrive here and finish these stages. That's really hard. And also we are so lucky to be on the front, start at 7, because the first uphill was in shadow all the time. And for the last people, it's sun, it's really hard. And now on the valley, for sure, there are more than 40 degrees, and they need to drink a lot, because if not, they can arrive.
What's next?
What's
next? Bad?
Go to the swimming pool, no?
Swimming pool, relax.
Beer.
Cold beer first. No, really, we need a cold beer first. Maybe alcohol-free, maybe with alcohol. It depends what we find.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
5-time winner of the elite Absa Cape Epic, Carl Platt, still getting the joy and the pleasure out of riding his mountain bike here at the Absa Cape Epic, and it's wonderful to see. I mean, the enjoyment and the vibe that that the event creates, and the enjoyment that you carry through it. It's good spirit.
So I mean, Carl, he is really a quite upbeaten person, but don't underestimate. He still spends a lot of time on his bike. He's still training hard. But I mean, it's not just profession. It's really also the passion for the sport.
We're with the third team on the trail here in the Aramex women's race. Mara Shepherd at the back here, the Oceania Champions jersey. She's having a much better day, it appears, than yesterday. She rides through the shade for as much as she can. As you heard, it's very, very hot out there. And Sofia Gomez-Villafan, her partner, is just ahead of her. And they're at the moment in third place on the stage. And just ahead of them, well, perhaps a couple of minutes ahead of them, are the leading quartet of riders, 2 teams. The Ghost Factory Racing team and the Cannondale Factory Racing team are closing in on the finish of this stage 2. And it looks like that may come down to a sprint finish between the Ghost Factory team, who wear the Chivita Orange Leaders jerseys, and the world champion and the South African champion, Mitte Valner and Candice Lill. There they are, just and they haven't, well, now they have. They've finally changed position, because Mitte Valner is on the front. Then it's Terpstra and Kola and Candice Lill just behind. They've got to start thinking about how they're going to plan and strategize the finish here, and who's going to get into position. They've got the dirt road, then the right-hander onto the perimeter road before the right-hander, the short grass track, another right-hand into the finish. How do you plan that out?
Yeah, it's it's not as zigzagging like it was also in the past. So we definitely have more difficult approaches of the finish line when we come to Stellenbosch to Wellington, where we have like quite a few corners before the finish.
You have to get into position a lot earlier and prepare for it. Yeah. Well, this is the third team, Viafan and her partner Samara Shepherd, who had a tough baptism yesterday in terms of marathon stages at the Absa Cape Epic. The brutal climbs, particularly Fanti's Pass, took a toll, but it looks like the recovery has been very good for this pair. They are back in the frame. They may well lose a little bit more time today, but as we know, this is an 8-day race. So much can happen, and riders strengthen, weaken at different times. Back down to the finish, and Bart Brenchens is catching up with all the big names. We'll get back to Bart at the finish in a moment. Meanwhile, we are sitting with our leading women. 5 kilometers to the finish for the Ghost Factory team and the Cannondale Factory team. And they're just keeping the pace very steady at the moment, with eyes on the prize of winning a stage here. And Candice looking for a 6th stage win in her Absa Cape Epic career. 5 hours on the clock for our top women. Let's go now to the finish and Bart Brenchens.
Ivan Zugasti, where's your partner?
My partner is live but dead, no good. 3 crashes today and no good day for us.
I mean, a crash in the Absa Cape Epic is always bad. I mean, it hurts always. There are always rocks involved.
You know, Absa Cape Epic is very, very hard race. Orejas tiesas, the air always 5G, because it's very dangerous. If you full gas, the downhill and the stones are very, very, very crazy. He roadie and he make very single tracks in this town, but the Absa Cape Epic is the Absa Cape Epic, and today no good day for us.
But I mean, you are well trained. What about to compare yourself with all these amateurs who have to do the same track?
Sorry, repeat, because my English is slowly, but...
I mean, your level of performance as a rider, you know, you have good skills, you are well trained, but many of these amateurs they have to do the same track.
I'm very happy with my level. My performance is good. This year I make the things very good. Don't sugar in my life. I'm another guy. I'm young.
You are the fastest grandmaster in the elite category.
I'm very happy in elite category because I like lion's tail, no mouse head. I'm very happy with the lions. Lion's tail, very long tail, but I'm a lion. I'm very happy. But I miss Bart Brenchens in the start line because he's a very great person, very great rider, and the Cape Epic, no Bart, not the same Cape Epic.
I'm in a different profession this year, so I'm asking the riders how it was and how the race went, and that's what I do with you too. But next year I'm back on the bike and riding Grandmasters category again.
But now I ask you, you are happy like newspaper, like interview,
I'm more
or like rider?
Rider. Yvonne, good luck for the rest of the week.
We are riders. Vamos arriba, bicharracos.
One of the characters, Ivan Zugasti, finishing today, and he and his partner Dario Gadeo Fernandes finishing 48th today, the Orbea factory team, and they took 4 hours, 59 minutes and 54 seconds, finished a short while ago, just ahead of Matthew Lepan and Jordan Harpater, who finished for just over 5 hours of riding, which is just over 5 hours is where we are now with Mona Mitterwalder and Candice Lill, as well as the Ghost factory pair of Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler as they make their way towards the finish here at Saronsberg in the Aramex women's race. It's a slow boiler because we're going to come down, I fancy, to a sprint finish. And, well, Cannondale will win a minute and 6 seconds down at the start of the day. They would like to try and eke out a couple of seconds if they can. And this is the third team, Toyota Specialized 91 on the same stretch of road. So they're not far behind. Sophia Gomez, Viafan and Samara Shepherd just under 2 minutes, 1 minute 54 behind. And they're starting to wind it up here. They're looking, sensing that perhaps in this on this straight road they can see, hang on, we can make up a bit of time here.
This is actually where Sophia Gomez Villafane has her strength. She's doing normally quite a lot of gravel racing in the USA, and you see that she has a good pace, and even Samara has no problems to hold her rear wheel. And so Sophia definitely will try here to make some, or to still gain some seconds back.
5 minutes, just over 5 minutes off the Cannondale team in general classification at the start of the day. So,
and
coming to the finish.
And it's also, I mean, so they are alone, they just in a way on the chase. They in a way, again, like there's like a tactic because it's for a sprint. They are coming to a sprint finish. And it's not that they now trying to go really like with the same speed like the specialized team in the back. You see here now they're starting to play. Mona went to the side. The ghost ladies also just in a way just looking now as a chat. So this is now really like on the road. Also you get these situations where who is now going into the lead, who is now just trying to keep the speed a bit higher.
And the beneficiaries could be this pair.
Absolutely.
As they fiddle around up front. This pair are one goal, and that's trying to make up some time. You could see this, Candice, Mona looked around and Candice was signaling to her, come back, let's have a chat. So they've slid back. The pace isn't particularly high in that lead group, whereas Viafan, Gomez Viafan and Shepherd are hammering along. They're not far away.
And the two, they're seeing also the helicopter just ahead, and probably on this stretch they might get a glimpse maybe of the leading teams. So, but yeah, so this is probably also that Sophia now said to Samara, "Come on, do you see the helicopter? We're not far. We come. Let's work together and try to gain some more minutes, seconds."
Visual watts, that's what it is. As you see them there, suddenly your power output goes up. Look at these netting covering the orchards here to produce the best possible fruit imaginable. As this quartet just almost meandering, and behind them, there comes Sophia Gomez Viafan and Samara Shepherd closing in on them. With the Cannondale factory pair now ahead, and Ghost Factory just sitting on the wheels at the moment, saying, well, we're the overall leaders here. We've got a minute and 6 second lead here.
Yeah, the Dutch and Swiss pairing are playing it very safe and playing it tactical at this point, letting the Cannondale Factory Racing team who have more to gain from keeping the pace high. So they've got their second place overall to defend with the Toyota Specialized 91 team breathing down their necks. It's unclear whether they've looked back to see if this is happening, but having just said that, there is an attack, a move by the Ghost Factory Racing team, and let's see how Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwalder can respond.
Here they go, and Terpstra, Nicole Kohler put the hammer down inside the last 3 kilometers, and it is the South African champion Candice Lill on the front of her partner Mona Mitterwalder. Just lost the wheel a little bit here, trying to drag their way back onto the wheel of the Ghost Factory pair as they head towards the finish here. Ooh, a little bit of a gap is starting to open up as the pair on the front, the Ghost pair, switch positions behind them. You can catch a glimpse there, just well, maybe 100 meters. Sophia Gomez Viafan and Samara Shepherd, and Cannondale Factory may be losing the wheel here. It's digging deep.
It's not so easy. I'm not 100% sure if that team, what we're seeing behind, if that is actually Sophia Gomez, Villafane and Samara Shepard, or it's the team behind.
What is does
Just from the colors, you can't really make out the jerseys. Yeah.
Exactly. The debate is still out because at that time check at 93 kilometers, Toyota Specialized 91 were 1 minute and 54 back. So unless the Cannondale Factory Racing Team and Ghost Factory Racing Team were really going very slowly through that section that we just saw, it's unlikely. You're quite right, Sabine. It could well not be the team of Villafana and Sam Shepard. But the gap is still there. The response has not come from Candice Lill and Mona Mitterwald. You would expect at this point in the race there to be absolutely no daylight between the teams. And we sense a bit of impatience and a good tactical move, holding back, and then a big attack coming from the Ghost Factory Racing Team. Anna Terpstra and Nicole Koller powering away, looking likely for another stage. It could be 3 out of 3 for this team here. The Dutch and the Swiss rider, Ghost Factory Racing Team, powering to the finish.
Here come Gomez Viafan and Samara Shepard chasing for all they're worth, but it does look like the orange Chivita leaders jerseys are going to hold sway today. They're inside the Saronsberg farm, the olive orchard on their right, the road to their left. They'll take this one right turn. They've made the break inside the last 2 kilometers, and it is Candice Lill and Mona Mittenweiler who've lost their wheel, dragging along the cars along the road. They'll know the finish is just here, and another supreme performance, it seems, from Anne Terpstra and her partner Nicole Koller. The Dutch-Swiss axis is proving to be unbreakable this year. They are in superb form. Cross-country stars they are. They came to their very first Absa Cape Epic, and they're on to the lawns of Saronsberg now, and they are going to head towards a 3rd successive stage victory. Nicole Koller on the front there alongside Anne Terpstra of the Netherlands. A quick glance over their shoulders. It's safe and sound. It's stage number 3. It's another win. They're secure in the overall lead as well for the Ghost Factory Racing Team. Cannondale Factory Racing second again for Mona Mitterweiler and her South African champion partner Candice Lill, who just didn't have the legs over the last couple of kilometers to stay with the overall leaders. And a really impressive ride by the Toyota Specialized 91 pair of Samara Shepard, digging so deep today, the New Zealander, alongside Argentine partner Sophia Gomez Viafan. What a stage they put in today after losing big time yesterday. They've recouped it today somewhat, but a 3rd place today on the podium for them.
And amazing finish of Sophia Villafane, because if you think of the time gap what they still had at the last marker, which was 5 kilometers before the finish, so she really put the hammer down. Huh?
Let's go to the finish and hear from the winners.
We paced it quite well, and I think it was kind of calm between the teams, so it was good. Then we tried to work together with the top 3 teams, and it was just a nice day today out there, but just a little bit hot.
Anna, congratulations as well. Can we see your eyes, please?
No, I'm not sure. They might be a bit red.
You knew most of the stage. Did that help a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. Just in your mind, when you know where you are, like you can relate a little bit. It's way easier. But I have to admit, that last spot, I was like, oh, we go down, and then we're at the finish. And I was like, ooh, it's quite far to the finish. But yeah, I think we felt quite good all day long. So it was a really nice day today.
And what about the temperature? It must be very hot on top and on the other side of the valley.
Yeah, it was quite warm. I mean, it heated up quite a bit while we were out there, but I think the big heat will just arrive in the afternoon, so we're lucky that we already finished.
And what was the strategy for today? You are the leader's jersey, following the second team, but what goes in your mind when the start goes on?
I mean, we are happy that we are already in the leader's jersey, but yeah, I think we just try to pace, try to do our thing, and as long as we can keep up with the other girls, it's pretty amazing.
And still a bit at the end, you gain a few seconds, which counts.
Yeah, actually we didn't try it for that. I just asked Nicole, like, should we try something else? They probably think we wait for another sprint, so let's go. I mean, we're also gambling. Like, you don't know if it works out. So we said, like, we can try. The worst that happens is we lose. So it was good. It worked out. And as a bonus, we have a couple of seconds more. Yeah.
Third stage win in a row. Congrats with that. Leaders jersey. Good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
And Tipstra and Nicole Kohler, another supreme day today. They really are settling into their debut Absa Cape Epic very impressively. Let's go back to Bart.
Yeah, how was it?
Oh man, what a interesting day, you know, like the start, that climb was, yeah, pretty aggressive to get into that position, and then we just, yeah, settled into our own rhythm, and yeah, it was just the top 3 teams at the top, and then we got to the open roads and we were going at like 100 watts, so I was like, well, let's really put Skarda and Vera on the back foot, and like I pushed it for a while. And then, yeah, at some point Candace had something to happen and I noticed that, so the Ghost Girls and I attacked for a little while, but they caught back on, and then, yeah, kind of going to the last feed zone again, it was just like painfully slow, and then all of a sudden I looked back and Skarda and Vera were right there, and after the last feed zone we kind of started to push the pace on the climb, and unfortunately we got popped off kind of near the end and lost a little bit of time on the descent, but 10K to the finish, that's when I can really go, and yeah, I think we minimized the loss to like 25 seconds, so considering how far back we were, yeah, it's a good day.
Good day. Samara, for you, most of it it's all new. What's the experience so far?
Yeah, it's been tough, but to have such an experienced partner has been amazing and a really valuable asset for us. Coming into that Toyota tough section, I was seeing stars, and I think I crashed 3 times on the downhill. Really? Yeah, Sophie had to wait for me, but yeah, once we got to the bottom, it was just the power was down, and we chased it, yeah, all the way to the finish line to minimise the loss. But yeah, I think we can be happy with today. It was we were with the top girls for a majority of the race, and I think our legs are starting to, you know, show their strength. So looking forward to the next few stages.
Yeah, it's still a long way till the end. So good luck, and you're still there.
Cool, thank you, and then also thank you to our entire staff. You know, they're taking care of us day in and day out, and they make us going to go ride our bikes hard all day like an easy task. They're just, yeah, they're the best.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
The New Zealander and the Argentine, Samara Shepherd and Sofia Gomez-Villafan. And well, interesting hearing from Gomez-Villafan about, you know, she was aware it was so slow at stages there.
And you could see between the water points at 47 and then the water point at 70 that so that water point 47, it was like that Vera Lusa, her team, and Alexis, they had 4 minutes actually, they have been sitting behind. And then at the next water point, they have been together with this. So there was definitely the leading 3 teams, there was like slowing down, they didn't really move or work nicely together. And that helped, of course, Vera and Alexis to get back to the top 3 teams.
Bring them back into the frame at the sharp end of the race. Now let's go down and hear from Candace Lill.
Candace, another good day. Some technical problems, we heard about that. Can you tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah, it wasn't even on one of the descents. It was just riding through a grassy field. I just heard air going out my tire, and then I thought, oh, okay, it'll be okay because it seemed to have sealed. But then I realized, like, I knew what was coming, still all the rocks and everything. I knew if I didn't fix it there, it was going to be a problem later on. So I stopped and actually just bombed it, and it held. But I put a lot of air in case it was carrying on leaking. So I had to ride the whole stage with like a really hard front wheel.
Which
or
is
front
not
tire.
ideal.
No, not at all, not at all. And then on the last descent, yeah, either I made a mistake or I wasn't used to the pressure or something like that, and it flattered again. So I rode on the noodle to the finish.
That's why you lost a little bit at the end.
It is,
Still,
yes.
I mean, you managed it to a good way.
I actually can't believe it. I was just like, please, can we just hold this tight together? And then I was able to communicate it to Mona towards the end, and we just decided, okay, we have to just try and limit it as best as possible.
And how was the feeling in general from Mona, from yourself?
Yeah, I think we both had a really good day today. I mean, we had to spend a bit unnecessarily with closing the gap, and then also here at the end with the silly puncture. But yeah, I think we're excited for days to come, working together.
Good luck for the rest.
Thank you.
Always smiling is Candice Lill, a really positive spirit, and interesting to hear that they had a puncture at the end there, which explains what might have gone down in that sprint for the line.
Well, we saw yesterday it was a similar situation in the men's category, and we expected Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney to go absolutely full gas in that sprint, but Sebastian Finney in fact broke his chain just on the last corner.
So there's not so much to sprint if you don't have a chain anymore.
Or a flat tire, like Candice said. Here we go. A look at the UCI Aramex women's race today, the highlights. It seems like hours ago. Well, it was. It was still, you know, the sun hadn't risen when they started here at Saronsberg and headed out nice and early this morning, just after 7 o'clock, 3 minutes past 7. And the first challenge was the Wagon Trail inside the first 8Ks. And the first problems up there for Skada and Losa. Sophia Gomez-Vierfan, all happiness as she climbed behind Samara Shepherd for the specialized 91 team. And they were heading towards the lead group, which was the race leaders, the Ghost Factory Racing Team and the Cannondale Factory Racing Team near the summit of this very, very tough climb. And again, trouble for Losa and Skada. Really tough day for them. Getting over those issues on the single track climb. We'd already had the issues further down for the men's teams, and that's the difficulty on their single track climb. There's not much opportunity to get past. And Terpstra, well, she is proving to be a real strength and power for the Ghost Factory Racing Team. Over into the Witzenberg Valley, and they were together here with the Toyota Specialized 91 team, and Gomez-Vierfan going to the front here, as you heard her say in an interview, to try and just to up the tempo a little bit. With her were the other two teams, the Cannondale and Ghost teams, but they had most to gain today. The Toyota Specialized, with they were trailing by 6 minutes and 12 seconds going into the day. Just 1 minute and 6 between Cannondale and Ghost at the start of the day. So a much more cagey affair between the leading two teams. Terpstra, all composure, confidence and experience. At the age of 32, she's ridden 33. She's ridden around the world for many, many years. Believe it or not, her first Absa Cape Epic, but she's showing the value of that experience of racing at the highest level and under all sorts of pressure and duress over the years.
And no stranger to stage racing, but at the highest level of the stage racing sport, the Premier Mountain Bike stage race in the world, it's different, and they are showing that they've risen to the occasion, showing that their cross-country experience is highly valuable when it comes to stage racing.
Well, the three teams together there, and hammering along the orchards of the Witzenberg Valley, where thousands of tons of fruit are produced every year. And this is when Candice Lill realized she had this puncture, and she just explained it very eloquently about it was not an enormous puncture, but she realized what was coming was all the rocks and rough terrain. She better reinflate it with a CO2 cartridge, which she did, and she headed off to try and catch up to her partner Mona Mittenwaller, which she duly did. But in the meantime, these two teams, Ghost Factory and Specialized, were putting the hammer down to try and open a gap to them through the rocky terrain that was coming up ahead. And by this stage, the gap had shrunk to less than a minute, maybe 30 seconds, as Mittenwaller and Candice Lill closed in on that quartet of riders, two teams ahead of them. Job very calmly done by Candice Lill and Mona Mittenwaller, not panicking, just knowing that there's plenty of time left. They've got the resources in their legs and on their bikes. They can close that gap comfortably enough as they snake through the Slagboom and Welgemeen single tracks on the far side of the Witzenberg Valley. Beautiful terrain for these riders to enjoy. Much deeper into the stage, it was two teams on the front. The Specialized team had been shelled out the back of this group, and it was the Ghost Factory Racing team in the Chivita Orange Leaders jerseys, together with the Cannondale Factory Racing. They were split in this lead group with Mitterweiler on the front, Terpstra in second wheel, then Candice Lill and then Nicole Kohler as they made their way up the climb. It wasn't far though behind them. The Toyota Specialized 91 team had fought hard and ridden hard over since the last water point at 69 kilometers to try and close the gap, which they were duly doing at this stage. Sophia Gomez-Villafañe and Samara Shepherd. Going into towards the descent, and Mona Mittenweiler and Terpstra on the front here, looking to find the track first. Mittenweiler was the rider on the front, and she went into that descent in the lead and led the quartet all the way down.
Just a bit of clever positioning there for the Austrian rider, just making sure that there are no last-minute bursts of speed, and she can absolutely have full control over the pace going down there.
They completed the descent, and on their run to the line, they basically rode. They had the company of a men's team they'd passed just coming down the descent, but they were heading down towards the finish here. And well, as you heard Candice Lill say, she realized she had another puncture. So they had to manage that effort. Meanwhile, behind them, Sophia Gomez-Villafañe and Samara Shepherd sensed that they might be able to close the gap to the leading two teams. They had them within their sights, but just not close enough to close that gap. The telling attack came inside the last couple of kilometers from Ghost Factory Racing, Terpstra and Kohler. And the response, well, it wasn't quite as expected from Lill and Mitterweiler due to Lill's issues with the puncture. And behind them, well, Gomez-Villafañe and Samara Shepherd emptying their tanks to minimize the gap to the leaders. Onto the field, though, Terpstra and Kohler duly putting the finishing touches to another supreme ride for Ghost Factory Racing to take their third stage win in a row and consolidate their hold on the Chivita Orange Leaders jerseys. Mona Mittenweiler leading Candice Lill home in second place for Cannondale Factory Racing. They lost a few seconds, but still very much in the hunt for the overall. And Gomez-Villafañe and Samara Shepherd reignited their hopes with a positive day today as they finished in third place in the RMX women's race. Just ahead of them were the men and the UCI Elite men, first to leave the start here at Saronsberg at 7 o'clock on a cool but clear morning in the Witzenberg Valley. And a huge bunch of over 100 UCI registered elite racers charged away from the start, squeezing out of the grass onto that much narrower dirt road at high pace. Up ahead of them looming was the climb up the Wagon Trail at around 9 kilometers. They had hit that, and things would get serious from then on. Wout Alleman on the right-hand side, and a little nod from Matt Beers indicating that they're turning to the left. Behind them looming were the yellow jerseys and the team of Georg Egger and his partner Lucas Baum, looking for some redemption today after a disappointing day yesterday.
And going into the day, there were four main teams in contention for overall general classification. Let's call it five: Buff Megamo, Toyota Specialized 91, Willier, Victoria Factory, and of course the World Bicycle Relief guys, Nina Schurter and Sebastian Finney. Canyon City also in the mix, Andreas Seevold, Mark Stutzman, but Egger and Baum looking to make good after what they would call, and they would describe themselves as a disappointing first couple of days.
Yes, just 2 minutes and 25 seconds separated the top four teams. World Bicycle Relief in yellow, then Toyota Specialized, Buff and Willier. And onto that trail, Wout Alleman was on the front. Noticeably absent from this group were the World Bicycle Relief pair of Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney. Finney here had a puncture down the trail before they got to the climb, in fact, and the worst possible moment, because it was single track from there on, difficult to pass riders, and all the while Wout Alleman and Hans Becking were putting the pressure on up at the front. Alleman, the Belgian in the European Champions jersey, was supreme on the climb. Matt Beers showing just how difficult it is. Howard Grotz, his climbing superior, was up the road. Fabian Rabenstein, and behind him Lucas Baum. Georg Egger further back, pushing his bike up there. In between them was Samueli Poro, just in front of the Bulls Media e-bike. Into the sunshine, and they entered the Witzenberg Valley through this gateway. Absolutely spectacular sight as they headed through the gap in the rocks and down onto some new trails that took them deep into the northern side of the Witzenberg Valley for the first time. The Absa Cape Epic has visited this valley numerous times, but every time they do, there's little twists and turns of new trails built and designed by the locals here, Saki and Hannes Hanekom, in conjunction with the race route director, Enrico Berger. Well, the efforts from Finney and the multiple world champion Nino Schurter etched on their faces as they try and claw back the time lost to that puncture. That got away, it got past some teams, but still had plenty of work to do to get to the front of the race as they surged into the Witzenberg Valley.
Well, they would ultimately have around about a 1 minute disadvantage at this point in the race after their mechanicals and climbed the Wagon Trail up to the 18-kilometer point. They would be looking to get that deficit down to as minimal as possible. But Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney looking very keen on their pursuit back to the lead.
They passed through Ouplaas there, yep, just over a minute down. Now, this is the group behind the Willia Vittoria Factory, Orbea, and Canyon City pair. But up ahead was this group of serious firepower: Matt Beers, Howard Grotz, Wout Alleman, and Hans Becking.
This would definitely play to the advantage of the Buff Megamo team, having the powerhouse of Matt Beers on the front. Howard Grotz tucked into his slipstream, but all to the advantage of Buff Megamo, who set to profit from the time loss of World Bicycle Relief's Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney after that flat, pushing the pace, and Buff Megamo looking to inherit that overall general classification lead.
Rough, rocky, sandy trail would prove to be the downfall for Matt Beers, as he picked up a mechanical issue and had to fix his valve. That would cost them time and effort in trying to ride back to the lead group. They, in turn, were taking it in turns. Orbea Laird Speed Company had joined the Buff Megamo team on the front, and Wout Alleman, again in a familiar position on the front, was dictating the pace. Georg Egger trying to get the legs firing after a slow start to this year's Absa Cape Epic. All the while, Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney were pushing hard with Andres Sirvalt and Mark Stutzman on their wheel. They came to the Acre water point, the last water point, at 69 kilometers, and it was Buff Megamo in this lead group, with Orbea Laird Speed Company losing time here because Egger stopped to take on nutrition here. Behind them, the yellow jerseys clipping away, ticking away time and teams as they chase down this combination of Wout Alleman and Hans Becking. The ridgeline is rough, it's rugged, it's remote, and it has its own little climbs and descents to deal with. And well, steady as you like, Sebastian Finney and Nino Schurter were able to claw back some time, but not quite enough. They did, though, catch the Orbea Laird Speed Company pair just as they were getting to the summit, the highest point of the climb before the USN Hydro spot. Then it was the descent with unwitting spectators coming up, and those were the tail end, the amateurs making their way to the top. They got a first-hand view of the leaders flying down.
And then it was the scene of the day, certainly from a racing point of view, the view back to the chasers, yellow jerseys chasing the Buff Megamo team, and behind them Toyota, Specialized 91. But the day belonged to Buff Megamo, the birthday boy of Hans Becking, and his partner, a new partner, Wout Alleman, taking their second victory, their second stage at the Absa Cape Epic in 2024, the 20th edition, and saving the day, saving loads of time, potential huge time loss. They've saved, arguably, the performance of the day. The World Bicycle Relief pairing, Nino Schurter and his new partner, Sebastian Finney.
They did, though, not save the yellow jerseys. The stage they're going to a delighted Buff Megamo. The yellow jerseys are also on the shoulders of Wout Alleman and Hans Becking. Well, beautiful scenes out over the Ibiqua Mountains as we prepare for the podium celebration for the RMX women's category. Samara Shepherd and Sophia Gomez-Vierfan in third place. The world champion and the silver medalist alongside them, Mona Mitterweiler and Candice Lill. And the top step for the third day in a row goes to Ghost Factory Racing, Anna Terpstra and Nicole Kohler. So the top three on stage three. Stage two, beg your pardon, day three of the Absa Cape Epic. Superbly done by Ghost Factory Racing. They are taking to the Absa Cape Epic with aplomb, no question about it. Very, very, I don't say comfortable, because I don't think that goes with anything to do with the Absa Cape Epic on the bike. Nothing is particularly comfortable, but they're looking well suited to the trials, tribulations, travails that present itself at the Absa Cape Epic. So far, sitting alongside me is a woman who knows all too well what it happens when your partner, new riders, come into a race and perhaps get a little excited and go too hard early on, and then suffer, and then have to come back later in the week. It does happen.
It happens quite often that actually the team, that there's like a swap, that the partner who is stronger in the first days gets weaker in to the end of the race, and the other way around. And but it's like, yeah, you work as a team, you ride as a team, and you're just trying also to make it as to work as best as possible.
They haven't put a foot wrong yet, these two. It has been faultless riding from Anne Terpstra and Nicole Kohler. The test will come when those issues happen, and it almost goes without saying, at some stage something will challenge them in a way that they haven't yet been challenged.
And yeah, it can always happen that you have a bit of weekday, or if you don't feel as great, but the next day will be maybe with your partner, but it's the other way around. And yeah, you have just to support and ride and race together.
And rest the afternoon, because that they have. They've got the rest of the afternoon to put their feet up, have a massage, eat, and recoup the energy that they've expended today. Stage two, Anna Terpstra, Nicole Kohler, 5 hours, exactly 5 hours, sorry, 11 minutes exactly. Mona Mitterweiler and Candice Lill 7 seconds behind them, so minimal losses for the Cannondale Factory Racing Team. Sophia Gomez-Vierfan and Samara Shepherd, they lost just 25 seconds to the leaders. That was a good day for the Toyota Specialized 91 pair. Vera Lossa and Alexis Skada, well, they lost in the end 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Another solid day from Hayley Preen and Lena Giraud, the E-Fort Private Client Holdings team inside the top 5, and within 10 minutes of the stage winners today, Natalia Fischer and Irina Little-Schwab in 6th place for the Scott Calabandina Bulls team. That's how it went on stage 2, and the general classification looks like this. Just 1 minute and 13 seconds going into stage 3 separates the Ghost Factory Racing team from Cannondale Factory Racing at the top of the RMX women's category. Sophia Gomez-Vierfan and Samara Shepherd, well, they are still in the mix. They've lost 6 minutes and 37 seconds, and we know with still so much racing to be done, that can be lost or gained within a flash. Vera Lossa, the defending champion, and Alexis Skada down in 4th place. Preen and Giraud 5th, and Little-Schwab and Fischer 46 minutes down in 6th place. Becking and Wout Alleman, a second consecutive stage win on Hans Becking's birthday today to put them right at the top of the tree. Nino Schurter and Sebastian Finney overcame the travails of a puncture early on to fight their way back into second place. Egger and Baum had their travails today, a puncture as well at the top of the descent, but still managed to hold on to third place, 2 minutes and 7 seconds down. Beers had a puncture today. Grotz worked hard on the climbs, and they drilled it all the way home in a thrilling finale today to complete the top 4. Seewald and Stutzman, a better day for Canyon City today as they finished just ahead of their teammates Martin Stosek and Peter Vakoc. General classification, well, just half a minute, 32 seconds is all that separates Buff Megamo from World Bicycle Relief. Doesn't it set up the rest of the weekend? Just less than 2 minutes between the top 3. Beers and Grotz still in the mix, the defending champion. And do not discount the Orbea-led Speed Company race. As Gail Geiger said, yes, he hasn't had the best first couple of days, but he gets stronger as the week goes on. Ravenstein and Poro, 8 minutes and 30 seconds down. And Seewald and Stutzman, just over 13 minutes off the pace for Canyon City. Steve John and Hartman in 7th. And closing out the top 10, Jose Diaz and Enrique Vergara, 20 minutes off the pace. Philip Bass and Peter de Toy are the new wearers of the Absa African jersey. Alex Miller and Johan van Sail finishing in 12th position. They're riding in support of Beers and Grotz. But Bass and de Toy had a very good day today to take those jerseys off Team Honeycombs and Mark Fritzen and his partner Tristan Nokia. Well, what a dramatic day it's been for all today, confirming that Miller and Van Sail 2:19 down. Marco Hubert and Wessel Boert, who wore their jerseys after the prologue, now down in 3rd place. And well, the Honeycomb pair must have had a disastrous day today. Very, very tough for them today. But that's how it stands in the Absa African jersey category. So let's go down to the finish and hear from the defending champion Vera Losa and Alexis Skada.
Vera, Alexis, how was it today?
It was hard. It was actually kind of stressful just because there was a lot of ups and downs for us. But we, I think, played it well, remained calm, and just had a smart, smooth race. We kind of did our thing and rode at our pace, and it worked out in the end.
Any problems today? Did it went all smooth?
No, definitely not. On the first climb we had some issues. My gears kept slipping, and until we figured out what it was, I rode up 3/4 or more of the climb, almost the whole climb, with gears that kept slipping. I mean, it messes around with your mind as well, especially if you don't know what it is. I kept asking Alexis, is there something in my derailleur? She's like, no, it looks fine. And then we actually just had to tighten something, and then it was fine. But yes, you first have to figure that out. But we did eventually, which I'm proud of, and we didn't get stressed out. And then Alexa just kept saying, do your pace, it's a long day. Don't stress. And then when we came over the climb, we paced it really well, and we caught back the teams that caught us on the uphill, and we even eventually got back to the front group, which I expected that to happen in a way, because I thought if they're all together, it will turn out to a tactical race, and then nobody will want to work, so they'll go quite slow. And if you just keep your pace, then you might come back. But then, yeah, there's another climb going back up to the Wagon Trail, and it's brutally hot out there today. So I just had to tap down there a little bit, and I knew the climb luckily. And then the downhill is not easy either. Like, you have to be fully focused, and I just said to Alexis on the climb already, like, just keep it smooth and clean, because you can lose so much time if you have a mechanical. So we went down there, I think still quite fast, but not risking anything. And then the last 10 kilometer home was still quite hard. You think you're almost home, but you're actually not. So yeah, it's a proper epic stage, over 5 hours for us in the saddle. Yeah.
It was the longest stage of this Absa Cape Epics, so that's a trust maybe, but I mean, still there's 5 hard more stages to come. It was only the second one. Mm-hmm. Any expectations, any tactics for the rest of the day, for the rest of the week?
I think we'll just have to keep doing what we're doing and take it day by day and see how we feel, because each morning you just never know how you're going to feel. So.
Good luck. There are 5 more to come.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thomas Oliver, stars in the Grandmasters category. What's your feeling after the race?
Unbelievable. Like,
never expected it, that we make a stage win first, and now it's 3 times in a row. And so many people come here to the Cape Epic, and the dream is maybe to come on the podium. And it's my first time here. I'm stoked. It's just so nice, the landscape and stage wins. It's unbelievable.
Oliver, what's the key to this success?
Yeah, the key is that we are really good. Yeah, it sounds a little bit. No, we are really good in uphill, and it was such a technical uphill today, and we went up quite smooth where others maybe already have to do an effort. And also in the downhill, Tom is a machine, and I can just be behind him. And also on the flat, we are even in all terrains. That's our advantage.
And how has your preparation been for this Absa Cape Epic? How many hours have you trained in the last few months? I mean, you combine it probably with a profession next to it.
I don't know, but it must have been 12 to 15 hours. And I live in Zermatt, so for me it's really difficult to go on a bike in the winter time. And it's just indoors, and once a week I went on the road, and not much biking, but so even more, yeah, I don't know. It's just
what about the heat, Oliver? Is that something also what's more difficult for the European riders?
Yes, for sure. This heat is very difficult. My advantage was I'm here since 2 weeks now. Got a little bit acclimatized, and I like the heat. I hope that Tom likes it as well. And we really knew exactly where the water points were, and we stopped really 2 minutes. We took the time, and I think a lot of people do the error to not stop enough and not to cool down. We did, and it worked out. Yeah.
And how you communicate to each other in a race? Do you speak a lot, or is it just on a feeling?
I think it's a quite quiet run. 5 hours, we not talk too much.
Today we talked more because it was tactical today. And that's the good thing. We really have a race against Abrao and Wessel, and that makes it special to the stage win. And we talked, hey, we have to be there first, and look, they are 1 minute behind. Don't get nervous. We keep it steady. We talked more than normally today.
And how was the Wagon Trail coming down on the way back?
Awesome, just very technical, and I love it. And I think it's like Oliver already told, that's our advantage. So it's beautiful.
Yeah, we have done just 2 stages, so 5 more to come. Good luck, guys.
That's what, you know, he's a newbie. And I told him the race starts at first day only, so I hope he remembers.
Yeah, but I mean, we have 3 stage wins now. As I said before, that's more than we expected. And actually, we could go home now, but we actually starting for the pedal project, and we collect some money as well. So that's why we have to stay here and try to collect some money for it.
That's a good thing. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
The leaders in the Grandmasters, Thomas Janja and Olivier Imfeld, and they were 64th overall today, overall at least on GC, and they are 33 minutes ahead of Echner de Villiers and Fani Venter, LG Midas in that category, and going very, very well indeed. Flash Harry Waterproofing in 3rd place, Peter Wynn and Delay Impey, so 2 South African teams 2nd and 3rd there, but they've got their work cut out against those Swiss riders. Well, wow. Catch your breath, because it's been some day here at the Absa Cape Epic once again today. Drama, thrilling racing, and it really has been living up to its expectation as another seriously tough Absa Cape Epic journey. Saronsberg has done us proud again in its 5th visit to the Absa Cape Epic here. Remember, though, that we have been watching the elite, the fastest, the strongest riders in this Absa Cape Epic field. Some 80% of the riders are still out there making their way around the Witzenberg Valley and getting the job done on stage 2. It is brutally hard. We saw them making their way up the wagon path as the leaders were coming down. They still had some 80 kilometers to go. Spare a thought for them as you rest away this afternoon, because they've still got to get to the finish here. Neil Gardner, thanks very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Gerald.
And Sabine Spitz, thank you very much. Are you going for a ride this afternoon?
I was out already this morning, so it will be tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, right. Sabine Spitz, wonderful to have you alongside us here. And of course, Bart Brenchen's down at the finish line, chatting to all the riders, getting the vibe, getting the insight. And it's wonderful to have two former world champions, two former Olympic champions part of our commentary team. It is all complemented by the wonderful professional team we have around the media crew here, giving you the opportunity to enjoy the Absa Cape Epic in all its glory in its 20th year here in Tulbagh. Tomorrow morning, we head from Tulbagh and Saronsberg early to Wellington, a transfer day up the waterfall trail, and then across Bainskloof, up over Bainskloof and down into some trails before we hit the finish at the Cape University of Technology in Wellington. And there we'll be based for 2 days of exceptional racing. It's been an absolute blast, and it will continue to be through to Sunday. Until then, goodbye.